Chapter 298 Poseidon 10. Yi and Wu debated whether he should accept Agers's descent. He still didn't hide his obsession for his brother, and he might be a bother to the rest of the beings here. However, Yi and Wu decided that it was fine to summon him. Ageris was extremely wary of having Yi and Wu stolen from him, so he would probably try to take care of Poseidon, too. More than anything, Ageris was already weak from being ripped apart by Hermes and Athena. He was also probably challenged quite a bit in L'Infernal. There was no way to check, but his rank might have gone down as well. So even if he tried to pull a fast one, Yi and Wu didn't think it was possible for him to go against all these gods and demons. Still, Ageris was one of the greatest demons who ruled over a plot of land so vast that he was called a duke. If such a being stepped forward, he would get rid of Poseidon for him. Yi and Wu opened a part of the demonic blessing so Ageris could come down. Agers's gigantic consciousness came through the wide-open channeling. Yi and Wu was dazed for a second, but he quickly got himself together again. Even though Ageris was injured, he still had a high level. Open hollow corner bracket don't touch my stuff, you crazy old bastard. A black dot landed in the world of storms and began to spread like an inkblot, revealing a dark abyss. From it, Ageris appeared with his fangs bared, his tens of pairs of black wings extended from his back. He didn't look at the other gods or demons with his red eyes. He only held Poseidon in his gaze. He didn't seem to care about Athena or Hermes, who had humiliated him in a previous battle. He didn't look like the demon who always paid his enemies back for what they did to him. Poseidon's face crumpled. He was already struggling from the beings that came now, but a great demon who was equal to him in terms of level had come. Open hollow corner bracket Ageris, have you lost it? Open hollow corner bracket shut up. Ageris kicked off from the ground and ran at Poseidon. Unlike how the other gods and demons were supporting Yi and Wu, he was going to attack Poseidon directly. Poseidon tried to step back in surprise, but Batory's vampiric sword, which was stuck in him, didn't allow him to. Kwang! Ageris gripped Poseidon's neck instantly. Crunch! Poseidon's vertebrae began to be crushed. Demonic energy dominated over holy power. Poseidon's mouth opened wide to let out a silent scream. He wanted to push Ageris away, but he couldn't move. Open hollow corner bracket I've already repeated myself multiple times. That's mine, but you dared to ignore my words. Ageris growled with manic eyes, like he was going to pull Poseidon's head from his neck. His fangs flashed. Open hollow corner bracket I don't care about what kind of show Olympus performs. All of you fighting over family issues is none of my problem. But. Ageris extended his left hand to point at Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket that's mine. Mine, Ageris shouted, drooling lunacy. Poseidon said something for the last time. Crazy bastard. Poseidon's head couldn't bear Agers's brute strength, and his head popped off into the air. The channeling was forced apart, and the holy power that filled the stage disappeared in the blink of an eye, and the head returned to Benteke. Batory's vampiric sword absorbed all of the spiritual body. The divine blessings were accepted into his body. Current awakening progress, 91%. The demonic divine dragon body wasn't completely finished, but this was enough to change his physique extensively. Yi and Wu clenched his body as his soul was set up again. Draconic, demonic, and divine. The three blessings circulated inside of him. Open hollow corner bracket quahahahaha. Ageris let out a crazed laugh after seeing Benteke's corpse. He whipped his head around with flashing eyes. Open hollow corner bracket yeah. I'm crazy. Do you guys know how hard I worked to make that mine? Befitting a great demon who ruled over destruction and lunacy, Ageris didn't hide his enmity. He glanced over all the gods and demons. Open hollow corner bracket everyone here, listen well. That's mine, so don't even look at it. Agers's glare paused on Hermes and Athena, who weren't moving away from Yi and Wu, and high in the sky at Azrael, who was looking down at them. It was a warning not to keep their hands off. Of course, the receivers of the gaze just scoffed. Then, Ageris looked down into Yi and Wu's eyes again. Open hollow corner bracket especially you. Yi and Wu widened his eyes at the great pressure. He was already receiving a lot of pressure having summoned the gods and demons. If it wasn't for his cold-blooded trait, he would have crumbled from it already. Open hollow corner bracket you cannot die until I come back. You're mine, so know that you can't fall or lose until I come back. If you die, I'll follow you to the depths of hell and bring your soul back to swallow it. Understood? Yi and Wu narrowed his eyes and spoke in an annoyed voice. Off. With those words, he forced the channeling with enquiries closed. He took back the demonic blessing that he used. Enquiries tried to say something, but he scattered without being able to let out a peep. Then, all the channelings along the sky closed. The channeling with Thanatos has ended. The channeling with King of the Seven Hells has ended. The channeling with Nergal has ended. As the presences of the gods and deaths of death became faint, they were left as mere gazes. Yi and Wu turned around. The channeling with the gods and demons he had received authorities from left later. The channeling with Hunden has ended. Like always, Hunden just disappeared silently without saying anything. Open hollow corner bracket dang, he's always so quiet. Hermes grinned as he watched Hunden leave and stroked Yi and Wu's head. Then, he smiled toothily. Open hollow corner bracket you've worked hard. Thank you. Open hollow corner bracket for what? Hermes disappeared in the smoke. The channeling with Hermes has ended. Yi and Wu turned around to look at Athena again. Actually, he had received her help until now, but it was the first time he saw her himself. The goddess who always looked at him warmly and helped him. He thought that the aegis he received in the beginner's section might have been a generous act from Athena. He had been glad to receive an epic item at the time, but thinking about it now, it was a reward that was too extravagant for the lower floors. Why was she taking care of him this much? Athena looked different from her fierce image he saw in Olympus's holy paintings and Poseidon's temple. Benevolence. That was the word that came to Yi and Wu's mind. Open hollow corner bracket devote yourself, and devote yourself even more. Athena spoke in a grave voice. Open hollow corner bracket then you'll be able to acquire everything you want. We'll always be behind you. What is the reason why you're helping me? Open hollow corner bracket. Athena didn't say anything, there was only a faint smile on her face. It was a smile that looked sad for some reason. Is it because of the Black King? Open hollow corner bracket. Athena didn't reply this time either. But with that, Yi and Wu was able to be sure that the Black King was tied to Olympus somehow. Just who is? Open hollow corner bracket that's all I can say. Athena cut off Yi and Wu's words. Open hollow corner bracket devote yourself, and devote yourself again to reach where I am. Then, I'll tell you everything. As soon as she was done speaking, she vanished in the smoke. The channeling with Athena has ended. Go to where she is. Yi and Wu thought of where Athena's temple was. The 49th floor. It was where most of the temples of the gods of Olympus were. Did she mean that they could speak there? He couldn't tell if she was saying that she would tell him the Black King's identity or the reason why she was protecting him. Just then, open hollow corner bracket you're wrong. A voice from above broke Yi and Wu's train of thought. Yi and Wu lifted his head. Azrael came down to Yi and Wu from the sky with his wings spread wide apart. They extended beyond 2 meters long. Open hollow corner bracket he is not someone to say things fixedly like that. Olympus, Malak, Ea, Bulls asterisk, they aren't beings who can talk about his meaning in their disordered state. How could they speak about such a conceptual being in that way? Israel's eyes were blazing. URG. The closer his presence approached Yi and Wu, the more the despair and grief of the Black King began to tremble. Open hollow corner bracket do not misinterpret his meaning. Do not waste your fate by thinking over his meaning. It is something deep that you cannot cross or avoid, nor is it something that a mortal like you can observe. Azrael stroked Yi and Wu's chin. His lips were blood red. Open hollow corner bracket so accept it. He is death, and as his messenger, all you have to do is be faithful to him. Azrael was saying that everything he had was from the Black King. Open hollow corner bracket accept it. Messenger of the Black King. Become my apostle and follow his meaning. That is your fate, and your destiny. Yi and Wu frowned. I refuse. He was someone who had refused the positions of apostles for countless gods and demons. Even if he was curious about the Black King, he wouldn't accept it naively. Considering how much it annoyed him, it might have been even worse than enquiries. Open hollow corner bracket that's a shame. Azrael grinned and disappeared. The channeling with Azrael has ended. All channelings have ended. When all the gods and demons had returned, the stage settled down quietly again. Yi and Wu's body toppled over, powerless. Pat. Just then, Shannon and Hanryong came out from the shadows and carefully held Yi and Wu. Open hollow corner bracket sheesh, he's a tiring master. Shannon clicked his tongue. He was surprised watching the events unfold from within the shadow. He felt this every time, but there was probably no one who lived as interestingly as his master. Hanryong nodded heavily in agreement. Crunch, crunch. Yi and Wu's body continued to change, and he closed his eyes. Shannon and Hanryong moved Yi and Woo somewhere quiet. Fortunately, there were many locations on the 30th floor's stage to hide themselves because the floor was wide. Still, because someone would have followed them, Shannon and Hanryong were wary of their surroundings. Boo appeared at some point to draw a barrier around the cave Yi and Woo was in. While waiting for Yi and Woo to heal, the time on the stage paused. The clouds in the sky and the leaves waving in the wind all stopped like a lie. Only a dead silence descended upon them. Chech. Above Yi and Woo's head, who had been leaning on a wall, an ashy haze wavered and took Azrael's form. Azrael twisted his lips and looked down at Yi and Woo. Open hollow corner bracket a mortal who doesn't know his worth. Unlike what Yi and Woo had confirmed, the channeling with Azrael wasn't completely cut off. He had pretended to disappear while hiding a part of his consciousness inside the bracelet. It was something that Yi and Woo wouldn't normally have missed, but he didn't sense it because he was overwhelmed from the descents of all the gods and demons. Open hollow corner bracket I don't know why you're refusing your fate to be his messenger. I cannot understand. You're too foolish. No, I suppose those are the limits of mortals. While he was speaking, all kinds of emotions swept past Azrael's eyes. Envy, jealousy, joy, annoyance. They were all emotions towards what he had wanted so desperately but couldn't have. Open hollow corner bracket so as his servant, I will lead you down the right path. He was planning on forcing Yi and Woo to become his apostle. No matter how jealous he was, he had the duty as his servant to show Yi and Woo what it meant to be his messenger. The wrathful gazes of the other gods and demons followed him, but he ignored them with a scoff and slowly extended his hand towards Yi and Woo's head. His 3 pairs of wings flashed in their ashy color. At that moment, Yi and Woo's still head suddenly lifted. Azrael was surprised. He had definitely paused time on the floor. He had already expected the protests of the Bureau and the aftereffects from the principle of causality. But how was a mortal lifting his head, going against the will of a god? However, the moment he met Yi and Woo's eyes, Azrael realized that he was wrong. What he was looking at now wasn't Yi and Woo. It was a being who was wearing Yi and Woo's mask, not Yi and Woo. There was an ashy light in his eyes. The demonism had woken up. Are you going to interrupt my fun? It was a Legmish voice. It sounded like a beast, no, a monster was growling. The voice was horrendous enough to make Azrael, a higher god, shiver. Open hollow corner bracket why, you are. Azrael shrieked, realizing what the monster wearing Yi and Woo's mask was. He had realized his impertinence. However, it was too late. Be gone, bug. The demonism extended his hand and pushed Azrael. The blessing that allowed Azrael to be there began to fall apart. It wasn't just separating the holy power that allowed him to descend, but it was also taking apart his soul on the 98th floor. The angel of death, Azrael, met his sudden death. Then, Azrael's blessings whirled around to be absorbed into the grief of the Black King around Yi and Woo's left ankle. You have satisfied the conditions. The grief of the Black King has been unsealed. URNG. The demonism snorted, looking at the trembling Sabatons. HMPH. I guess your end was useful to us. With those words, the demonism fell back asleep, closing his eyes. Time began to flow again. Yi and Woo's surroundings were silent like nothing had happened. Chapter 299 Poseidon 11. Yi and Woo's eyes shot open. He had been recovering, but the feeling that something was missing was so strong he had to open his eyes. He saw that one of his channelings were gone. The channeling with Azrael. When he opened the status window, he saw the third spirit was also gone. What happened? The third soul was actually the authority that Yi and Woo used the most. It was because it dealt with souls easily and helped strengthen his monster portents. Moreover, with Azrael's continued blessings, he was using it quite efficiently, but it had disappeared in the blink of an eye. He couldn't feel Azrael's gaze that was always on him either. Shannon, Hanryong, Yi and Woo frantically called for his spirit familiars guarding the cave. He didn't have any time to confirm the changes in his body of the 90% progressed demonic divine dragon body. Shannon and Hanryong appeared from the shadow on the floor. Open corner bracket what's wrong, master? Is something the matter? Open corner bracket yes, master. Did something happen to me while I was sleeping? Open corner bracket like anyone coming by or something happening to my body. Open corner bracket of course not. We were protecting this place closely. We even checked you occasionally in case something happened to you. Hanryong nodded heavily in agreement. However, Yi and Woo's face turned stiffer as he listened to them. He lifted his head to look up at Rebecca, the spirit who had been protecting him. Rebecca shook her head. She was in her human form for the first time in a while. What happened? Azrael had put a lot of effort into making him his apostle. Considering his yearning for the Black King, he definitely wasn't a being who would have given up on him that easily. The problem was the reactions of the other gods and demons. Hermes comforts you, saying not to worry. Athena silently nods. Hundon is quiet. Agares snorts, saying he knew it would happen. He chuckles, feeling refreshed. It was clear they knew something. And the reactions of the gods and demons of death after that were. Thanatos is silent. The king of 7 hells is silent. Citagarba is silent. Esmadiva shakes his head. Halphus is silent. Something's definitely up. Yi Wu's eyes darkened. Thinking he could see something, he scrolled through the messages and to check if there was anything he missed. A message that popped up when he was sleeping stood out. You have satisfied the conditions. The grief of the Black King has been unsealed. The conditions were satisfied. What did that mean? The secret of the fetter was suddenly released. Yi Wu quickly checked the grief of the Black King around his left ankle. The despair of the Black King and grief of the Black King have been combined, and the cast of the Black King 2/3 is being opened. Cast of the Black King. Category. Set. Rank. Summary. The past. We're always fearful of the great and mighty king who ruled over death and darkness. In the end, they betrayed him and locked him away in the darkness. The Black King trembled with rage during that immeasurable eternity. Thanks to that, the 3 objects that bound him became his servants. The grudge inside the objects will try to test the user because it is dark. Be careful not to be swallowed by it. The handcuffs represented the souls, the fetter, death, and the pillory, darkness. Soul collector. The user can collect the souls of those he kills. Then, the soul will become a ghost and lose all its powers. Only the deep grudges will be left behind. The collected souls cannot leave the collection. Depending on the proficiency of the user, the size of the collection can grow as well. Black Evil. A form of strengthened black energy. It uses the bound souls and can change magic power into the darkness property. The user's properties will be strengthened as much as the number of souls that are used. The magic power used will buff the user and debuff the opponent. The random curses can be critical to the opponent. Second spirit. The souls bound to the collection always hate their owner. However, they are able to be freely controlled under the absolute power of the user. They steal the vitality of any living thing that comes their way, and not a single blade of grass is safe from their strength. Also, when the user would like, the souls can become an evil spirit, a monster portent, or even something beyond that. They will become the faithful followers of the user and carry out any orders they receive with joy. Summon of the dead. Using a part of the souls collected, the user can forcefully summon dead souls from the beyond. Depending on the level of the soul, the length of time they can stay, and the number of souls that can be summoned differ, so the user must be careful. However, the summoned souls have free will, so there are limits to binding them. Not active. Sealed. This artifact is unique. There is only one in the tower, and it is completely bound to its owner. It cannot be shared or traded with anyone else. Some functions are sealed. You can only break the seal once you have certain qualifications. You cannot see part of the information. You can only see it once you satisfy the conditions. Currently collected set 2/3. Despair. You can collect souls that are in despair. Grief. You can go against deaths filled with grief. It looked similar to before, but there were many minor changes. First, the soul collector. It was the same as the option before. However, when Yi Wu looked at the collection, his eyes widened. The number of souls he could have was incomparable to the amount he could have in the past. 20,000. He had increased the size by raising the proficiency, but 5,000 was the limit. But this new change had more than doubled it. Could he even use all of them? If I can fill it up, a lot of things will be possible. It was something he realized recently, but the more souls he had, the better. They could be used in many ways. Changing them into black energy, barriers, buffs, and sometimes, just condensing them into a weapon was impactful. He realized this after earning the 3rd spirit, but now, he could do more than that. Black Evil is the updated version of black energy. It was perfect to mix with black aura, like someone had prepared it just for Yi Wu. If Black Evil was added on top of the fire property and activated random curses, it would be destructive beyond words. I'll be carrying around a great weapon. But what stood out to him was the next option. The 2nd spirit. It was obviously a stronger version of the 3rd spirit. Frequently in legends, the skies were divided into 6 floors. The 3rd floor was for humans, and the 2nd floor was where gods punished the humans who disobeyed them. The 2nd spirit allowed him to do everything the 3rd spirit did and beyond. It even allowed him to increase levels. The souls, evil spirits, and monster portents. It said he could create beings that exceeded them. With this, I can evolve monster portents to a greater level than before. The reason why Yi and Wu fed them the residual poison blood was because they couldn't grow stronger, and he was attempting to give them another attacking method. But this new option said he could increase their levels. His current monster portents could easily defeat most players, so what kind of power would they have if their levels increased? He could also probably increase the limit of 30. Azrael suddenly disappeared, but instead, the seal was unlocked, and a more powerful authority was given. Logically, he was suspicious. There's no way Azrael would suddenly release the seal out of goodwill and disappear. The immortal gods and demons that Yi and Wu had observed so far were all selfish. He could see they were trying to build their reputation and become even more renowned. The same went for Azrael. There was no way he would have stepped back like that. It was easier to think that Azrael had taken back his power on purpose while Yi and Wu was sleeping. Did this item swallow Azrael? As Yi and Wu was continuing to make guesses. No way, he laughed at himself. An artifact that swallowed gods. There was no way something like that would exist. If it did, the tower would be flipped on its side. The gods and demons would never leave it alone. They took pride in the fact that they were invincible. Also, the Bureau wouldn't let it go either. No, the system wouldn't have allowed it in the first place. But, Hermes is silent, Hell is silent, Nergal is silent. The reactions of the gods and demons of death were a bit strange. Continued silence. They didn't show any reaction to Azrael's disappearance. No, it seemed like they didn't want to respond to it. A few of the gods and demons temporarily took their gazes off of him. What happened? He looked at the bracelet and Sabaton with wide eyes, but they just shook silently like always. They didn't answer any of Yi and Wu's questions. The 98th floor. In the temple of the sea god, part of Olympus's holy territory, a furious shout came exploding out. None of Poseidon's servants dared to take a step inside Poseidon's holy land. They knew that quite a lot of time would be required for their king to calm down. No. Poseidon seemed exhausted. His lion mane hair was gone in chunks, and his wide stature was thinner. The black circles under his eyes showed how much holy power he lost. From Hermes, Athena, Hundon, Agares, Azrael, and the gods and demons of death. He had failed to descend because of them and had his apostle stolen. Because his holy power was forced away from him, even a mighty being like Poseidon was damaged greatly. Stupid fools. They're letting that go. How can they do that as immortals? Poseidon couldn't understand their decision. He could account for Hermes and Athena since they were the children of the foolish Zeus. Since they were still young and couldn't see, it was possible they had poor judgment. Hundon was always an evil demon whom he couldn't read, and Agares was a crazy bastard, so that could somewhat explain why. But what about the gods and demons of death? They knew where all their powers came from. Technically, the player named Cha Yi and Wu could be a danger to them. But they were taking his side and supporting him. It didn't make any sense. Or, are they aiming for what comes after that? Whatever they were planning on, it wasn't acceptable for Poseidon. It was a mistake that they had committed in the past, and also, his inheritance reminded them of their desire and greed in the past. With Zeus in a deep slumber and Hades missing, only he could step up to stop the player named Cha Yi and Wu. I must go look for my siblings. He clenched his teeth. Hera, Demeter, Hestia. He had to speak with his siblings who were still in Olympus. His eyes flashed darkly. It was proof that his holy power was slowly being polluted. Chapter 300 Poseidon 12. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. Yi and Wu stopped looking at the bracelet and the Sabaton. Of course, it wouldn't give him any answers no matter how much he looked at it. He had to look for the answer himself or leave it as a puzzle forever. Actually, that wasn't a bad idea either. It was convenient to borrow authorities, but there were also many discomforts that came with it. Because the channeling would be strengthened, it was easier to read his will and thoughts. It was extremely unpleasant for his thoughts to be revealed since his actions were already visible to them too. Also, Azrael was the worst. He could leave out Agares, who was actually just simple without his obsessive nature, Hermes and Athena, who had goodwill towards him, and the silent Hundon. However, Azrael had always watched over him mysteriously. While he showed his greed occasionally, he would pretend to be caring sometimes. It was hard to guess what went on in his mind. Yian-Wu was always on edge because he didn't know what Azrael was going to do. Azrael was almost like the representative of the gods and demons of death. Such a being had suddenly disappeared, leaving him with an even greater authority. He had also unlocked the seal. It wasn't bad for Yian-Wu at all. Rather, he was grateful. He's the giving tree. Yian-Wu grinned and checked the last option. The other options had all been useful, but this was what popped out the most. Summon of the dead. It would use up a part of the souls in his collection and forcefully summon the souls that were resting in the beyond. You had to have met the soul while they were alive or have something related to them to summon them. The length of time was limited to the level of the souls consumed. However, the summoned souls would have free will. The dead souls are forcefully summoned. He wouldn't be able to make the souls do what he wanted, but many things would become possible. I can make a deal to learn skills or authorities. Or I can ask for advice. Yian-Wu used a part of the souls in his collection and gathered black evil to activate Summon of the Dead. Summon of the Dead has been activated. Who would you like to summon? Yian-Wu said the name that first came to mind. Benteke. Waik. A black whirlwind blew around him and scattered. You have failed the summoning. The person you are trying to summon cannot be found. As I thought. Yian-Wu narrowed his eyes. He had tried it on the off chance that it would work, but he couldn't summon him. So Benteke's soul couldn't move on to the beyond and was swallowed by Poseidon. Benteke had been crushed by Poseidon's forced descent. Yian-Wu had thought his soul may have been absorbed or destroyed, and it turned out he was correct. Also, he found a new condition for Summon of the Dead. I can't call for a soul that's not here or in the beyond. It was a tiny but important detail. Alright, now. Yian-Wu gathered black evil once more and activated the option. Who would you like to summon? Lana. Waik. This time, the message didn't show up. The black whirlwind took the form of a human. Long arms and legs were created, and a small head appeared. It was exactly like the image Yian-Wu had seen in the diary. Open corner bracket interesting. Shannon, who had been watching from next to him, exclaimed in amazement. Hanryong nodded his head. They had seen shamans summon souls into their bodies for a short while, but it was their first time seeing souls as they had been when they were alive. It looked as if Yian-Wu had moved someone from the beyond to the living world. Open corner bracket. Who are you? Lana glared at Yian-Wu with a wary face. The aura around her was intense. It was probably the anger she still had towards her old lover. Instead of answering her, Yian-Wu slowly took off his mask. Click. Open corner bracket. Why, you? Lana's eyes widened. She walked heavily towards him and kneeled, stroking his face. Her hands were trembling. Open corner bracket. You were alive. You were alive. Tears were brimming in her eyes. Open corner bracket. Yes. So that's why I couldn't find you no matter how hard I tried. Ah, my precious child. My son. Lana was now stroking Yian-Wu's face with both her hands. She was grateful that she was seeing her disciple who she had only dreamed of meeting again. Open corner bracket. How scared you must have been. How lonely you must have felt. Lana's tears continued to fall as she touched Yian-Wu's face. Yian-Wu just stood still and didn't say anything. And after a while, Lana took her hands off of Yian-Wu's face. Then, she stepped back and sighed. She seemed to have moved past her grudges and regrets. Open corner bracket. You're not that child. Only after Lana got herself together did she really look at Yian-Wu. He had the same face, but he wasn't whom she was looking for. Yian-Wu nodded his head heavily and spoke. Hello, I'm Jung-Woo's older brother, Cha Yian-Wu. Open corner bracket. Ah. Lana covered her face with her hands. Tears dripped down again. However, the tears of her soul didn't reach the ground and scattered in the air. Then, she slowly lifted her hands. Her eyes were hard. Open corner bracket. So in the end, even now, the revenge is currently underway. Yian-Wu silently nodded. Open corner bracket. There's a lot to talk about. Lana crossed her legs. Open corner bracket. Do you have any alcohol? All people were curious about useless things sometimes. Yian-Wu was no exception. And today, one of them was resolved. Souls drink alcohol too. Like what his brother said about Lana being an alcoholic, she was drinking the wine that Yian-Wu pulled out from Intrinian by the bottle. He understood why his brother followed her around. Although, she spilled half of it on the ground. He didn't enjoy alcohol anyway, and he had only kept it in the subspace for Brahm and Galliard, so he didn't think it was a waste. A memory suddenly surfaced in his mind of Galliard saying it was expensive, but he just decided not to remember it. Open corner bracket I can't get drunk in this condition. What a shame. Lana put the bottle down as she clicked her tongue. She could only feel the taste of the wine with the senses that were barely there, and she couldn't get drunk. Even if she couldn't get drunk, she wanted to feel like she could. Yi and Wu and Lana spoke for a long time. They were sharing stories about his brother. All those people threw you away, but there are still many people who long for you and cherish you. Yi and Wu thought it was a relief. Brahm, Galliard, and Lana. He was relieved that his brother's death and traces of his past weren't for nothing. Open corner bracket there's not much time. I want to stay longer, though. Lana looked down at her fading hands. The time a spirit could be summoned wasn't set in stone. It was influenced by the level of the soul, but the will of the soul was important as well. If they wanted to return, the time of the summoning was shorter, or if they wanted to stay longer, they could stay as long as possible. It was now time for Lana to return. I'll call you again next time. Open corner bracket I'll be grateful if you do. I was happy to breathe the air of the living world for the first time in a while. And I met the brother of my disciple. But use it carefully. If you use up all the times I can come here, I'll be bored after that too. Yes, ma'am, understood. Open corner bracket all right. I'll give you a present before I leave. Our God keeps on rushing me to give it to you. Lana grinned and held her hands out. Open corner bracket would you give me the necklace you have for a moment? Yi and Wu handed over the seawater charm around his neck. Lana accepted it and stroked it. It was like she was reminiscing about old times. The present that his brother had given to her on Teacher's Day. Then, the seawater charm flashed. The worn-out sections were restored, and it turned into a beautiful holy artifact. You have completed the sudden quest, Sito's resentment. You have accomplished something that is not easily achieved. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. As a reward, you have earned Sito's holy artifact, Seawater charm, Sito's blessing, Sea King Chronicles, and Sito's authority, Sea King Stone. Open corner bracket take it. Yi and Wu took the seawater charm Lana was holding and hung it around his neck. As he did, the holy power entered his body. The divine blessings began to move more actively than before. Open corner bracket so long story short, I picked what you need the most. Since you have the divine blessings, you'll have to use holy power too. It won't be easy to use holy power without being an apostle. This holy artifact will help you from now on, so use it well. Thank you. Open corner bracket there's also affinity for the water property and things like that, but you can check that later. The most important thing is that Sito likes you. She'll probably lend you power that is equivalent to an apostle's. Sito lost most of her power to Poseidon when Lana died. Yi and Wu had paid some of it back, so Sito probably regained some of her power. Of course she would cherish Yi and Wu. It was a good thing for Yi and Wu. With Israel's spot empty, it was better to have the blessing of a god who had goodwill towards him than a scheming god. Wah! Lana's body started to become clear. Open corner bracket I guess it's almost over now. What a shame. I have things I want to eat and drink. Next time, I hope you call me in front of a feast. I will. Open corner bracket good. And be careful to look carefully around you. The tower is filled with evil people. Lana knew everything that Yi and Wu had done for his brother's revenge, but she didn't stop nagging him. She wanted to give him everything she could. She knew that Yi and Wu wasn't powerless, but she still felt worried and concerned. They had only met for a short while, but she felt close to him. I see why Jung Woo said she was his teacher. Open corner bracket N. Right before she disappeared, she asked in a weak voice that was unlike herself. Open corner bracket let me just ask you one more thing. Yes. Open corner bracket how was Benteke's end? Was it longing for her lover, or was it resentment? He couldn't tell. When Lana got herself together, she could understand why Benteke had made those kinds of choices. She was half crazy back then. Yi and Wu couldn't forget the look in Benteke's eyes before Poseidon descended. There was exhaustion in his eyes, but there was also a spark that couldn't be extinguished. He didn't crumble at the pressure the god he served gave him. And in the end, he was laughing. K-hollow. Yi and Wu remembered that strange laughter. It was a rambunctious and confident laugh. Open corner bracket I see. He was like himself until the end. Unlike me. Lana chuckled and quietly disappeared. She looked like she had moved on from her last regrets and resentment. Quote. A heavy silence fell. Yi and Wu rubbed the necklace Lana gave him for a while and pulled out the pocket watch. There was a faint J-W-C-A-H on the worn cover. Click. When he opened the cover, the hands of the clocks were trembling. No matter how much he learned about alchemy or magic, the pocket watch was still a puzzle he couldn't solve. How much longer will it take for me to get to where you reached? Muttering to himself, he blew black evil inside of the pocket watch. The condition of summon of the dead was to know the soul or have something from when they were alive. Here, he had his brother's item. And in his head, he had memories. Yi and Wu closed his eyes and activated the option. Summon of the dead has been activated. Who would you like to summon? Yi and Wu spoke in a trembling voice. Cha Jung Wu. Chapter 301 Tartarus 1. Team. HH. Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. Open hollow corner bracket. Everything must go smoothly. This is your last chance to prove your loyalty. Understood? I'll keep that in mind. Open hollow corner bracket. I hope you're useful this time. The conversation finally ended. However, Ether couldn't move. His clenched fists were shaking. How long do I have to suffer this humiliation? After failing to get the Trismegistus's tablet, he was treated like a wanderer. He still had his position as a member of the Senate of Elohim, but he was being held responsible for the death of Ione. In the Devil Army, he received the 9th bishop position, but he was restricted by kindred from doing anything, so there wasn't much he could do. In the end, he became a good-for-nothing, unaffiliated with any group. That wasn't the image he wanted. In Elohim, he wanted to be respected and admired and have people consider him the next council member. In the Devil Army, he wanted to become a servant of the heavenly demon and have the power of the heavenly emperor in his hand. He had dreams to reach the peak of both groups and rule the tower. But where had things gone wrong? He couldn't even hope for something like that. Right now, it was difficult to even maintain his current position. From what he heard, the inheritor of the family of life after Ione, Paneth, was suspecting him. S****, S****. Ether clenched his teeth. His eyes became bloodshot. He had come here by betraying his comrade and his twin sister. He couldn't fall so futilely like this. But he didn't see how he could get out of this danger. Elohim's watch became tighter, and his connection with the Devil Army could be caught at any moment. From the Devil Army, Kindred urged him through telepathy to finish what he had ordered him to do. He tried telling Kindred that his position was in danger, and he had to lay low to avoid the storm for the time being. However, Kindred just scoffed. He said that was Ether's problem and wasn't his business. He said that if he couldn't handle the bishop position, he should resign. And just now, Kindred sent the last communication message. A new godly order will descend upon Elohim soon. See what it is, and take it into your own hands if possible. He's telling me to betray Elohim completely. Of course, he didn't have any lingering feelings for Elohim. No matter how much he tried, he had the blood of a betrayer. However, he knew that he wouldn't gain anything from backstabbing his comrades. But the same went for the Devil Army. He pretended like he was faithfully following the heavenly demon, but the only reason he had joined them was because of the humiliation he felt in Elohim. He didn't want to cross over to their side completely either. I'll forever be a bat. Ha ha, ha 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 ha, Jung Woo, you were right. You really were. TN, bats are considered two-faced, not fully dedicating themselves to one side of the other. Here's a link with more information. Web links. Ether considered it a curse that Heaven Wing's ghost had left him. That was why he had regretted things. Would he not be in this foolish position if he didn't give in to the temptation and remained in Arthea? No, then I would have fallen like Heaven Wing. I made the right decision. I chose the right path. What's wrong is the dirty world. He clenched his teeth. His eyes flashed violently. I've already come this far. I can't go back. I'll bet everything on this. Everything. He had already crossed the river and couldn't turn back. It wasn't that hard. He just had to do the same thing he did before. The only difference was that in the past, he betrayed Arthea, and now, it was Elohim. The question is how I'm going to approach Paneth. Once he organized his thoughts, his mind cleared up. Plans naturally took shape in his mind. However, there was an important condition to succeed in his plans. How was he going to convince Paneth, who looked at him with suspicion all the time? Paneth was the adopted daughter of Ione, and she was a new growing power of the Protogonoi species. She was also considered to be one of the next council members after 3 positions were opened from their loss to the Spring Queen. If he couldn't get her trust, all plans would be useless. He was deep in thought for a while, but things were solved in a way that he never would have imagined. Miss Paneth wishes to meet you. A message suddenly came for him in the middle of the night. The messenger introduced himself as an errand boy for Paneth. The head of life sent you. Yes, she said she wishes to see you away from anyone's eyes. Ether narrowed his eyes. Paneth had never requested to meet him like this. He felt wary, but the messenger just stood there silently, as if he didn't know anything and only came to receive his answer. Fine, I'll meet her at 1 in the morning. The messenger disappeared in the wind after bowing to him. Ether swept his hair. The trigger was pulled. He no longer had anywhere to fall back to. The protogonoi species. Long ago, they were great gods, but they fell to the lower world after losing their holiness. As time went on, their bloodline became fainter, and they even lost their supernatural strength. Still, they ruled as an important group within Elohim. It was because they had the noble personality and grace of those who had divine blood. In that aspect, Paneth was the most outstanding person in Elohim. She had been born to the family of birth, and after becoming the adopted daughter of the family of life, she naturally became the head of both families. Also, the divine blood in her head exuded holiness that was close to that of her ancestors. Naturally, when Paneth was born, the expectations of many people were placed on her. She worked hard not to disappoint them, and with her outstanding abilities and insight, she was the leader of the protogonoi species with Ione gone. I can't get used to those arrogant eyes, no matter how much I look at them. Damned be ****. Ether barely held back his frown when he was meeting Paneth. There were women that came to mind whenever he saw those proud eyes. The Summer Queen, the Spring Queen, and even his dead sister, Hemera. All of them considered themselves above their opponents. Ether always felt his heart stiffen whenever he met women like them. I heard you called for me. However, he only cursed them internally, and he didn't dare reveal those thoughts. He was always like that. He was weak towards the strong and strong towards the weak. Right now, he had to look good in front of Paneth. He could only progress with his plans after breaking her suspicions. But the moment that Paneth tossed him a thick report, Ether's head turned blank. This is head of light. This is proof that you were colluding with the devil army. I see you became the 9th bishop through your diligent work. Quote! The report that Paneth tossed him had all the times that Ether contacted the devil army and where he met them. There were even the specific details of the deals he made with them. Ether realized that something went wrong and tried to attack Paneth. Open angle bracket white light close angle bracket. It was a skill that condensed light and slaughtered opponents in the blink of an eye. It might have been hard to kill Paneth, but he thought he could injure her and run away in the confusion. However, before the rays of light exploded, 2 shadows came from the sky and cut off his arms. Ether plopped down to the ground spraying blood. Paneth's 2 subordinates cut off his legs so he couldn't resist any further and stuck their swords into his body. No way. Ether trembled at the reality. The knife in his chin was a special sword that Elohim had created against the devil army. Open angle bracket rule breaker close angle bracket. When the sword with holy blood was stuck into the pineal gland under the upper cerebral hemisphere, the holy blood would cut off the channeling with the heavenly demon. Of course he wouldn't be able to use the power the heavenly demon lent him. He would lose all his power as a bishop. Paneth looked down at Ether coldly. Ether was trembling in fear. Him being alive, despite his brain being injured, meant that he had stacked up quite a bit of power from Elohim and the devil army. He really had a persistent will to live. She was starting to feel pathetic about herself looking down him frozen in fear. Even if we weren't related by blood, Ione was my precious father. But not only did you make his death in vain, you were trying to sell out our entire clan. Can you really call yourself the head of a family? What do you know? You grew up with a silver spoon in your mouth. Do you understand my situation being pointed at and beat up my entire life? Ether spewed out curses. He should have known when Paneth called him out secretly. His carelessness had made his situation come to this. However, he still wanted to say everything on his mind before he died. Is that all you have to say? Paneth's cold tone. Ether felt himself shoot to attention. Did she have to go this far if she was trying to make him pay? She could have captured or killed him on the spot. However, her subordinates were just holding him down. They didn't do anything else. Something was going on. Those kinds of thoughts occurred to him. His desire to live spiked. He still had many things he wanted to do. Save me. Why should I save you? You're my father's enemy. I'm not the one who killed Ione. All I did was run away because the Summer Queen chased me. The people who made Ione like that were the Summer Queen and the Martial King. And the Devil Army. I was only between them. So save me. No, please save me. I'll do anything, so please. Ether didn't have any other options. He would have sold his soul if it meant he could survive. Paneth's eyes turned cold. She was embarrassed to be of the same species as him. Still, she heard what she wanted. She nodded at the subordinates who were restraining him. One of them nodded and moved something to Ether's neck. With the sound of a lock being clicked in place, a firm steel necklace was wrapped around Ether's neck. It's the golden headband. The golden headband. The heavenly bind that was the only way to restrain the heavenly demon long ago. It was the item that gods and demons disliked, second only to divine iron. How did Paneth get this valuable object? Paneth just smiled coldly and continued. From now on, you will be my faithful dog. Bark when I say to bark, and crawl when I say to crawl. And when I say to die, die. That's the only way you can survive. How about it? Will you do it? Ether swallowed. He lifted his head to look at Paneth. The moment he said no, Paneth was probably going to kill him. There was nothing Ether could do here. I'll do it. Paneth's eyes narrowed. What kind of dog talks? Ether realized what Paneth was saying and crawled over to her feet. Then, he cried out like a dog. Woof, woof woof. Good, looks like he got the message. Woof, this was all Ether could do. I'll give you my first order then. Be our guide to Tartarus. The person you are trying to summon cannot be found. The message above his head. Yin Wu gripped the black bracelet in his hand, standing still. URRRG. Chapter 302 Tartarus 2. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. How? He stood there blankly for a moment, and that was the first thought that came to his mind. Yin Wu couldn't understand. Summon of the Dead was an option that used items filled with vestige or memories of the person to summon them. It was one of the options of the artifact of the Black King, whom all the gods and demons of death marveled at. Of course this function would be more efficient than most authorities that gods and demons gave. Still, I can't summon him. Yin Wu clenched his teeth. His eyes were red. This couldn't be happening. No, it shouldn't be. Summon of the Dead. The person you are summoning cannot be found. Summon of the Dead. The person you are summoning cannot be found. Summon of the Dead. The person you are summoning cannot be found. Damn it. Summon of the Dead. The person you are summoning cannot be found. The person you are summoning cannot be found. Yin Wu eventually exploded with rage, unable to stay level-headed. Come out. I said to come out. The person you are summoning cannot be found. I said to come out. But there was only the message that the person he was trying to look for couldn't be found. There wasn't any additional information. Why? Answer me. Why? Yin Wu tightly gripped the pocket watch. He looked at the despair and grief of the Black King with bloodshot eyes and whipped his head around. There were still gazes lingering on him. The damned gazes. They only interfered when they wanted to and were silent during times like this. Answer me. However, no one answered Yin Wu's question. The gods and demons of death just shut their mouths and looked at Yin Wu with silent eyes. No, they were scared. After Israel's disappearance, they only observed Yin Wu. They didn't want to get closer to him. Then he needed to find someone else who could give him answers. Hermes, Athena, you guys answer me, at the very least. You would know something from watching the lower world all this time. Hermes is silent. Athena looks at you pitifully. I'll accept your apostle positions or whatever you want. So say something. It was a condition that all the gods and demons after Yin Wu would be tempted to accept, but the godly society, Olympus, is silent. The godly society, Asgard, is silent. The godly society, Ea, is silent. Agares. Agares shuts his mouth tightly. He remains silent. Yin Wu was about to burst from frustration. What was it? What went wrong? He definitely had an item in memories. Why didn't it work? Didn't it say he could call any soul from the beyond? Or, is he not in the beyond? Yin Wu's back stiffened at the sudden thought. A strange feeling of uneasiness crept down his back. Open hollow corner bracket master. Wait, Nemesis had appeared and was looking at Yin Wu with a concerned face. He also looked flustered at the fact that he couldn't find his former master too. At the same time, he tried to calm Yi and Wu down, even though it must have been a difficult time for him too. However, Yi and Wu cut him off. Something occurred to him. He didn't want to be interrupted. There are only two reasons why the summoning wouldn't work even when all the conditions are satisfied. One was if the person was alive. But that wasn't it. He had sprayed his brother's ashes in the sea in front of Taejongdae Park himself. The despair and grief he felt was still carved clearly in his heart. The other case is like Benteke's. Benteke's soul had been destroyed from Poseidon's forceful descent. In cases like that, the soul was gone, so it couldn't move on to the beyond. Was his brother's case similar to that? Yi and Wu shook his head. In the last section of the diary, there was nothing like that. And here, I'll finish the diary. I believe that if I leave this behind, Hung will come here someday. Hung will be able to find the elixir and get it safely to Mom. It only said that he was waiting for Yi and Wu. And if my hypothesis that the ancient dragon Calidus sent Jung-woo to Earth is right, it really doesn't make sense. Moreover, there was no way the obsessive Agaras would have stayed still. He would have caused a fuss already. Then what is it? Yi and Wu's eyes narrowed. Your rationality is being maintained through the cold-blooded trait. His heated head began to calm down as the trait activated. Thanks to that, he was able to see things he had missed. No, there's still one more possibility. His eyes flashed. If Jung-woo's soul is being held by a higher being or an immortal. Or, if it was trapped in some unknown location. The apostles of gods and demons don't usually go to the beyond after they die. The apostles of the gods of Asgard all ascended to Valhalla after they died. The apostles of Olympus went to Elysium, and the apostles of L'Infernal became servants of the demons after death and stayed by their sides. That meant that they didn't move on to the beyond. They had no reason to hope for reincarnation. If his brother was a similar case and was being held somewhere, I have to find him no matter what. His eyes sparked with fury. His brother had faced all kinds of betrayals, pain, and despair. Not being able to be at peace after death. Yi and Wu couldn't allow that. I have to get to the 50th floor quickly. Yi and Wu desperately hoped the ancient dragon Calidus would know something. After some time passed, Yi and Wu cleared his head again. But if I can't find any clues there, that'll be a problem too. There was only one thing Yi and Wu could do for the time being. Finding clues. Of course, looking for clues related to his brother without any hints was harder than finding a needle in a haystack. But it wasn't impossible. If I can't find him, I can make it so I can. He had a good method in mind. I have to find clues related to the Black King anyway. Since things turned out like this, I need to go, even if it's dangerous. As his eyes flashed coldly, he pulled something out from subspace. It was a jade mirror that shined brightly. Frisia's jade mirror. Category: miscellaneous. Rank: A. Summary: a communication drive connected to the mysterious merchant society, by the table. Using your consciousness, you can communicate with a specific person. However, it cannot be used in some locations. It was what Frisia from By the Table gave before leaving. A communication device that he could use whenever he needed to get in touch with them. Yi and Wu blew his consciousness into it. Wah! The jade bead shined and began to emit a small hologram in the air. The screen wavered like it was adjusting to the frequency and soon took the form of a human. Open hollow corner bracket ac. What the F goodness? Who's this? Isn't this the push? I mean my beloved customer. Why have you suddenly contacted this lowly soul after not reaching out with any news for such a long time? I didn't even know you were alive. Atran was surprised when the device was suddenly connected to Yi and Wu and quickly put on a bright smile, rubbing his hands together. However, the tone of his words was mocking Yi and Wu. He was discontent because Yi and Wu hadn't contacted him for over a year after their contract with By the Table. The contract with Frisia was for her to support the new clan Yi and Wu would make with anything she could help with. With Atran in charge of this, he rapidly rose to the highest ranks of the mysterious merchants. That was how high By the Table's prestige was. And during that time, Atran efficiently took care of everything that was assigned to him. It could be proved by the fact that Bu and Brahm didn't have any delays while constructing the outer space. However, Atran was bored to death. It wasn't his style to sit still at a desk and take care of work. He enjoyed the thrill of the front lines, and he was sick of the simple desk work. The hoarder is the symbol of incidents, commotion, and messes. But why hasn't he called me once all this time? Atran seemed to want to shout. He had been pent up in an alcove all this time, but he knew about the war between Yi and Wu and Triton. Even about Benteke's, no, Poseidon's defeat. But upon seeing that Yi and Wu's eyes through the screen weren't normal, he shut his mouth. At the same time, he shouted happily to himself internally. He didn't know what had bothered Yi and Wu, but it seemed like an even greater event than the war with Triton would happen soon. It might be comparable to the Summer Queen incident. Times of confusion were the best opportunity to earn money. Atran wet his lips. Open hollow corner bracket, please speak. Is there anything you would like? I want to ask for some information. Open hollow corner bracket, what is it? The three Cyclops brothers. Open hollow corner bracket. Atran tilted his head for a moment. He was always up to date with information about the tower, but he had never heard about any players or clans called Cyclops. Then, he remembered something, and his eyes widened. Open hollow corner bracket, by the three Cyclops brothers, are you talking about the blacksmiths who gave Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades their weapons in the legends of Olympus? Right, I need information on them. And their locations if possible. Atran shut his lips close together and frowned. Open hollow corner bracket, we, by the table, may be a union with deep history and tradition, but it's difficult to know about the traces of old legends and. Will 3 Yaltabao chests do the trick? Atran bowed deep enough for his head to touch the ground. Open hollow corner bracket, I'll serve you to the best of my abilities, sir. I heard that the three Cyclops brothers moved towards Persephone's temple 200 years ago. You might be able to find something if you start from there, so start from there. Open hollow corner bracket, you even have good information like that. As expected of you, sir. If possible, I'd also like information about Hades too. Open hollow corner bracket, what kind of? Anything recent, if he took in any apostles or if anyone has any messages or anything from him. That will suffice. Atran's worried face turned bright. As a player who didn't get to the 98th floor, it would be hard to look for information related to gods, but this much could be found with by the table's connections. Also, if the news is brought to me quickly, I'll add a bonus. Open hollow corner bracket, I'll come back as soon as I can. How can I possibly make our beloved customer wait? With those words, the hologram of Atran disappeared. It was so he could earn as much money as possible. Yi and Wu silently placed Frisia's jade mirror down and thought to himself. The three Cyclops brothers, if it's true that their apostle entered the hidden stage of the 30th floor, I need to find him as quickly as possible. The only people able to explain the bracelet and the Sabaton while all the gods and demons were being quiet were the three Cyclops brothers. If he could learn the identity of the Black King or know about the exact method to use despair and grief. No, if he could find where Hades' holy artifact, the Kine, was and have the entire set. If he could control death, even better. I might be able to find clues related to Jungwoo. He had to have the power of the Black King. Until Atran returned, Yi and Wu sat down and waited silently. Chapter 303 Tartarus 3. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. Open hollow corner bracket, where did you find this information, sir? It was something that not even our union had. Atran returned after a few hours later with an excited face. Yi and Wu asked in a low voice. So you found something? Open hollow corner bracket, of course I found a lot of information. It was just hard to compile it all. But once I finished, it seemed about right. We also gained nice information from this too. He. It must have been priceless information because Atran had a huge smile. Yi and Wu added 2 more chests on top of the original 3 he was going to give. I'll add these 2 more for being discreet. Open hollow corner bracket, I love you, sir customer. Atran bowed. He looked ready to kiss Yi and Wu's feet if they weren't talking through a hologram. Yi and Wu shook his head as he spoke. The 3 Cyclops brothers first. Open hollow corner bracket, you said the 3 Cyclops brothers moved towards Persephone's temple 200 years ago, right? Yi and Wu nodded. Open hollow corner bracket, to be exact, it was 192 years ago. And they were the apostles of the 3 Cyclops brothers. The 3 Cyclops brothers weren't well known, but they were the first gods to be born from Uranos and Gaia in the legends of Olympus. Beings born from the union of the sky and earth. They had the cruel deformity of only having one eye, but their abilities of handling iron were on par with Hephaestus. Open hollow corner bracket, I was able to confirm that they visited Persephone's temple from the official records of visitors. You're aware of the hidden stage on the 30th floor, right? Yi and Wu nodded. There was no way he wouldn't know. On the 30th floor, after finding the antidote for the soul poison, the necessary trial is finished. But upon ascending to the 31st floor, 2 choices are presented. You could move on to the next floor through the portal or get to it through the hidden stage. The hidden stage of the 30th floor could be called an extension of the test. An exam that tested you on everything you obtained from the floors in the 20s. Of course, there wasn't any penalty for not doing it. It was like extra credit. But after the hidden stage, you can earn a lot of karma. You can also train yourself. Since it's a place you can actually call the beyond. The stages between the 27th to the 30th were based off of the beyond. To be exact, it was based off of the path to the beyond. However, the hidden stage was actually the beyond. There were 2 parts to it, a court for judging the dead souls and 10 different gates that punished players based on their ruling. Each of the gates were so horrifying they could all be called hell. There were a lot of rankers who liked to brag about how far they reached, how long they endured, and what they earned. They were all perverts. But like the sadhu on the 21st stage, the hidden stage of the 30th floor was like heaven for people who wanted to train themselves. If the 5 mountains of penances were for sharpening your senses and consciousness, the 30th floor was to train your mentality and mind. It was easy to enter it. Persephone's temple is at the very end of the 30th stage. Persephone's temple was the entrance and marker of the hidden stage. Open hollow corner bracket anyways, the 3 Cyclops brothers requested to enter the 10 gates, and on the 6th, they went off the grid. Yi and Wu's eyes shined. Off the grid, open hollow corner bracket yes. They went missing. The bureau must have thought that they were just among the many who died. And there wasn't anything out of the ordinary to make them think otherwise, so it seems like they just moved on. However, Atran's voice faded away, as if he had found something amusing that he didn't want to give up easily. Yi and Wu lifted the Yaltabout chests and shook them in the air. Atran pouted and resumed in a complaining voice. Open hollow corner bracket before the 3 disappeared, it said that they met with someone. And the youngest, Argas, said this when he was drunk. Hades called us. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. Hades called them. What kind of bulls asterisk 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 was that? Open hollow corner bracket thinking that something was strange, I also looked into Hades. However, the information about him, there is almost nothing from the last 100 years. He has never showed interest in the lower world, and for the last 1000 years, he hasn't had any apostles, so most players do not care about him. Atran's eyes shined keenly. Open hollow corner bracket you know something, don't you? Yi and Wu grinned unknowingly. So you want to know, huh? Open hollow corner bracket it would be a lie if I said I wasn't curious. The lower world cannot see the actions and business of the gods. It's always them who are watching us, not us watching them. Yi and Wu tossed the 5 Yaltabout chests towards the hologram. You have supplied, Yaltabout chests times 5 feet 2, by the table. It's not a good habit to get involved in players' businesses. Open hollow corner bracket I already know that you have no intentions of telling me. Then is there nothing related to Hades? Open hollow corner bracket he disappeared before the 3 Cyclops brothers. This is all I have. There's nothing else. I can't find anything either. It looks like he suddenly disappeared. The only records left are what I just told you. Close hollow corner bracket. Hades called us. The words that the apostles of the 3 Cyclops brothers said in passing. Hades had hidden himself much better than Yi and Wu had thought. When the gods and demons of death were expressing themselves, Hades remained quiet. Even when Astrape and Triana were absorbed into the cast of the Black King. Yi and Wu thought that the disappearance of the 3 Cyclops brothers 192 years ago and Hades' silence were related. I need to find the 3 Cyclops brothers first. Yi and Wu checked his body. The change was almost complete, and the divine blessings were held in place. His abilities were urging him to grow faster after absorbing the Summer Queen's soul. I have one last question. Open hollow corner bracket what is it? Hades' holy artifact, Kaini. Do you know where it is? Atran shook his head. Open hollow corner bracket since he didn't have any apostles, it's unlikely his artifact would be on the lower floors. Yi and Wu nodded in understanding and quietly put away Frisia's jade mirror. Again, he had a lot of things to do. Yi and Wu finished getting everything together and left the cave. Shannon and Hanryong went back inside of the shadow, exhausted from keeping guard all this time, and Nike flew out to replace them. Open hollow corner bracket the air here is so damp. Nike looked upset at the air of the 30th floor. It seemed he didn't like the world of the souls since he symbolized life. Yi and Wu stroked Nike's head and headed north, when he felt the shadows suddenly becoming heavier. They turned in that direction. A large wyvern covered the sky. Soon after, Kreutz lightly stepped down from the wyvern. Cain, even after having fallen from quite the height with his characteristic heavy armor on, Kreutz seemed fine. How are you? Are you okay? Are you hurt anywhere? Kreutz spun around Yan Wu, checking to see if Yan Wu was injured anywhere. After the battle, Kreutz looked in every nook and cranny of the 30th floor to search for Yan Wu. He was the precious friend of the regiment leader, so he was worried that he might be hurt somewhere. Yan Wu swept Kreutz's annoying hand to the side. Stop, it's all right, so stop. It's a relief that you're all right. Still, you might be hurt somewhere that you can't see, so why don't you stay still and call over a priest or a doctor? Yan Wu didn't say anything further because it was annoying. He used blink again, spreading his wings of fire apart. Kreutz had a stunned face and quickly got onto the flying dragon to chase after Yan Wu. Just who was this regiment leader for Kreutz to be so faithful? Yan Wu thought to himself as he saw the shadow of the wyvern following him. Just who was the fantasy regiment leader that he was able to have such loyalty from his subordinates? Yan Wu headed south with the map he received from Atran. After staying awake for 4 days and nights, he was able to reach the end of the stage. The south was extremely hot. The sun was simmering, and the ground was filled with forests and swamps, so it was hard to move. The Temple of Persephone, are you headed towards the hidden stage? Kreutz looked dismayed. He already knew about the hidden stage on the 30th floor because he was a ranker. The 10 gates were so difficult that even he wasn't guaranteed to get through all of them. It was a place filled with trouble. It would be painstaking for Yan Wu since it was his first attempt. The Yan Wu that Kreutz had observed until now would never leave the 30th stage until he cleared all the gates. Since he wanted to lead Yan Wu towards their regiment leader as quickly as possible, he felt frustrated. And it wasn't like he could strike the back of Yan Wu's head and force him to move with him. He had to persuade him somehow. But, Yan Wu ignored him whenever he tried. He slowly stepped through the swamp and moved towards Persephone's temple. Kreutz sighed. It seemed like he would have to follow Yan Wu into the hidden stage. He looked at Yan Wu with amazement. He was throwing himself into another trial although it hadn't been that long since he fought Benteke. Is this why he's called the greatest of the 6 new stars? It was now the 5 new stars since Benteke was dead. But it truly was amazing. He hardened his resolve to save Yan Wu if he was in danger again. Urng. His holy sword, Zulfikar, shook as it cried, reading his thoughts. Yan Wu arrived at a cottage at the end of the swamp with an annoying acquaintance in tow. It was a tiny cottage house that looked like a resting spot for a hunter. The long vines on the walls stood out. There were beautiful flowers on the walls with pleasant scents. There was also a magical mood to it. This was Persephone's temple. It was the holy land of the goddess who ruled over the beyond along with Hades. Just then, the door to the cottage burst open, and a priest wearing a leaf green robe quietly walked out. The man's emerald hair was quite striking. You've come. I've been waiting. Kreutz's eyes widened. He realized who the priest who greeted them was. Body of green shade. It was Persephone's apostle. Most people were led into the hidden stage by Persephone's priests or students, but it was extremely rare for her apostle to come himself. Also, Body said that he had been waiting for them. Despite this, Yan Wu nodded, like it was to be expected. He had clashed with Poseidon, and all the gods of Olympus would know that he was looking for Hades. He had expected Persephone would react to this, too. Please come this way. The great Persephone is waiting inside to greet you. Chapter 304 Tartarus 4. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. Persephone herself. Yan Wu's eyes widened in surprise. He expected Persephone to search for him, but he thought that she would just leave a message behind or descend through someone's body. But she had come herself. This was also holy territory, like Urd's on the 16th floor, so Persephone could manifest temporarily too. Body silently nodded. Yan Wu followed him. Kreutz attempted to follow Yan Wu, adjusting Zulfikar on his waist, but Body stretched out his hand. She would only like to meet Mr. Kane. Please wait outside. Also, this is Goddess Persephone's territory. How about putting that violent weapon down as a sign of respect towards her? Sorry, that didn't occur to me. Kreutz apologized and put Zulfikar down on the floor after kissing the stone in the hilt. Body accepted his apology with a short nod and turned back to Yan Wu. Please follow me. Yan Wu followed Body into the cottage. The inside didn't look too different from the outside. There was a piece of leather being refined on the table, and there were different hunting tools on the walls. It was hard to think that this was really a temple. The only items that were related to gods were the bronze braziers in one corner and an inscribed badge of Persephone. Open hollow corner bracket, I miss it. Yi and Wu heard Rebecca, who was flying in circles around him, mutter to herself. Was she reminiscing about her life as an apostle and hunter? Longing dripped from her voice. It'll probably be different from most temples you know. Even if it looks simple, please understand. I received the calling of goddess Persephone not long ago, so I didn't have the time to tidy up. Body smiled faintly, watching Yi and Wu glance around. He had a different expression on his face than when he was talking to Kreutz. I'm just surprised to see game being cleaned inside of a temple. Yes, it's definitely not commonplace since it's rare to see killing inside of a temple unless it's for a sacrifice. However, goddess Persephone is the daughter of the goddess of earth and harvest, and the wife of the god of death and the underworld. The seasons of the earth repeatedly see life and death. Even if a kill occurs where she is served, wouldn't that death give life to those living? Then, the living will give birth to new life, and when enough time passes, they will become part of the dead. Body said it wasn't disrespectful because life and death were just common cycles above the ground as he rubbed the leather of the animal. It was a sudden philosophical message. Yi and Wu thought it might be the main teaching of the religion that served Persephone. It was also the message that Persephone was delivering to Yi and Wu through Body before they met. Life and death were mere cycles. What did this mean to Yi and Wu, who had begun to have the power of death? Over here, Body led Yi and Wu through a door that led to the back. There was a building in the middle of a garden of beautiful flowers. It looked like a small shrine. Please enter after taking your shoes off and placing your weapons down. I'll leave you to it then. Body bowed and disappeared into the cottage. Now alone, Yi and Wu took off his shoes like Body said and quietly moved through the garden. He could feel the soft touch of the dirt. The soft and squishy feeling was nice. His sensitive demonic dragon body allowed him to feel beyond it. The particles of fine dirt, the damp moisture, the squirming worms and bugs, the seeds about to sprout, the soft grass and flowers, the nice scent of flowers, and the smell of the dirt. Everything in the garden was being relayed to Yi and Wu. It was the feeling of all the life contained in the garden. The time he walked through the garden was short, but Yi and Wu was able to realize what Persephone was trying to tell him. And when he opened the door to the shrine, whoosh! A fresh spring breeze greeted him. The smell of dirt and flowers and even the fresh scent of fruits. It was a breeze that made him feel better just by touching it. It was another world beyond the shrine. Large hills stretched out, flowers and grass softly fluttered in the wind. The sky was high and blue. The air was especially warm and fresh. It was a space separated from the outside. This was the real holy territory that gods used when they descended to the lower floors. On one hand, it was hard to imagine that this was the territory of the Lady of the Beyond. When most people thought of Hades and Persephone, they would probably think of them sitting loftily above the hellfire in the darkness, looking down and judging people's sins. What are you staring at? Please come inside. There was a lady standing in the middle of a hillock, looking up at the sky. She fixed the bonnet on her head and turned to him. Persephone's smile was beautiful. It wasn't a pretty face, like what was said in the legends about Hades falling in love with her at first sight, but the word, beautiful, described it best. Her easygoing smile comforted him. Gods exuded an intense, threatening aura for the respect and obedience of mortals, but he couldn't feel any of that from Persephone. If he didn't know she was a goddess, he would have thought she was just a normal player. Furthermore, she's familiar. Persephone didn't feel unfamiliar for some reason. He even felt glad to meet her, like she was an old friend he hadn't seen in a while. Was it because the powers of the Black King dealt with death? Nice to meet you. Yi and Wu entered the shrine and bowed. He had an indifferent but polite attitude. Persephone widened her eyes like it was unexpected and smiled brightly again. Yes, nice to meet you. You're exactly the same as I heard from Athena and Hermes. Actually, I wanted to meet you too. Although I didn't know we would see each other like this. Although Persephone wasn't a part of the 12 Olympians who ruled over Olympus, as Demeter's daughter and Hades' wife, she was one of the higher beings. She frequently associated Athena and Hermes, who were part of the same generation as her. Would you like to come sit here? Persephone waved her hand lightly in the air. Then, in the middle of the hillock, a small table, 2 chairs, and a tea set were provided. It was like they were having a picnic. When Yi and Wu approached the table, the chair moved out automatically. He hesitated, unable to sit down immediately. This situation was awkward to Yi and Wu. It was so different from when he had met other gods. And Poseidon couldn't even compare to what was happening now, and Hermes and Athena always showed him goodwill, but they near lowered themselves to his level. They tried to put distance between him as a supernatural and immortal. However, he didn't feel any of that from Persephone, and it was actually stranger that she acted as if they were there to talk about the weather. Persephone laughed delicately as if she read what he was thinking. It was a charming smile that definitely made one's heart beat faster. Then she placed a teacup in front of Yi and Wu. You don't have to feel awkward. Even if we're all gods, each of our actions and personalities is different. This is just mine. Immortals, mortals, gods, humans, we're all beings with the same souls. The only difference is whether one vanishes earlier or not. And in truth, it's not as if gods don't die either. It was definitely a strange message. Gods and humans were the same. They were equal beings. If the gods and demons who deemed themselves superior heard this, how would they react? She's different from other gods. Yi and Wu began to look at Persephone in a positive light. He didn't think she was faking it. There was no reason for her to. No, gods and demons couldn't lie about their actions. They always had to be true to themselves to protect the mindset and domain they ruled over. After coming to understand her a bit, he understood her actions too. Her formal and polite way of speaking meant that she respected him as another being. Yi and Wu wordlessly sat across Persephone. They sat eye to eye. Persephone beamed and poured black tea into Yi and Wu's cup. Then, she pushed a few plates of cookies in front of him. These are flour cookies made from the flowers here. They'll go well with the black tea. Please try some. Yi and Wu took off his mask and took a bite of the flour cookies like she said to. His eyes widened. It was sweet. At the same time, it was fresh. It felt like his mouth became refreshed and his head became clear. The gentle taste danced on the tip of his tongue. He took a sip of the black tea as well. The sweetness in his mouth settled down and freshness was brought in its place. Energy spread throughout his body. His soul felt like it had begun to float. The philosopher's stone cried out happily. Yi and Wu realized what the black tea and flour cookies were made of. Nectar, the drink the gods of Olympus enjoyed. It was the elixir that gave one strength. Of course, what Yi and Wu drank was a diluted version of real nectar, but Yi and Wu was grateful for it. The divine blessings were already reacting to it, and more holy power grew within him. Can I take some of these flour cookies? Persephone smiled. Is it because of the dragon human named Ananta? Yes, ma'am. Persephone seemed to have read some of his thoughts since they were in her territory. Yi and Wu didn't plan on hiding the truth, so he nodded. He thought that the elixir the gods of Olympus drank would be helpful to Ananta. If that's the case, take as much as you want. I'll tell Body to wrap some for you. Thank you. Persephone waved her hand as if it was nothing and spoke directly. I heard you were searching for the 3 Cyclops brothers. Persephone filled up his cup again. Yi and Wu nodded silently. Yes, that is correct. May I ask why? I've watched player ## from here through the system, but I wanted to hear your thoughts directly from you. To be exact, I'm searching for Kaini. Kaini. Are you talking about my husband's helm? Yes, Kaini. The helm that Hades used to trick Kronos in the Titanomachy. It was known for hiding the presence and boosting the morale of its user. Do you have it? Persephone shook her head. Her bright smile turned bitter. The breeze turned cold, influenced by the changes in her emotions. He loves me, and I love him. But we still have secrets about our private lives. He hates his items being touched more than anything in the world. And with him gone, it's even harder to find where it is. He didn't have many apostles either, Persephone added on at the end. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. You don't know where your husband is? After he left saying he would be gone for a short while because something happened in Tartarus, he still hasn't returned. Tartarus. Tartarus was the abyss in the lowest floor of the beyond that Hades ruled over. No, it was better to describe it as a prison than the beyond. It was where the Titan species and giant species were locked up, and it was a mysterious place that even gods and demons were scared of because once entered, there was no escape. What had happened there, and why was Hades missing after going there? The 3 Cyclops brothers disappeared after passing through the gates on Hades' summons. The bronze door that leads to Tartarus should be behind those 10 gates. Yi and Wu felt a picture being drawn in his head. Something had happened in Tartarus, Hades had called the 3 Cyclops brothers to stop it, and they had all disappeared. In the end, it meant, I have to go to Tartarus. He needed to find Hades somehow because he desperately needed the power of the Black King. Olympus has tried everything to find him, but no one has found anything. The gods of Olympus probably had limits to what they could do. Tartarus was Hades' property. No, it was his holy territory. Gods and demons would be restricted from entering each other's holy territory. That means, since you say your goal is finding Kaini, I'll put it bluntly. I want your help in searching for him. I'm only a normal human. You're also an agent of death. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. Do you know about the Black King? Of course. All gods and demons who rule over death know him. All their power is from him. The same goes for me and Hades. We cannot escape from him. Then can you tell me who? Persephone shook her head with a sullen smile. I'm sorry. I'm bound by the Styx River, so I am not to say anything related to him. I cannot even speak his name. Persephone took a bite of a flour cookie. Her bite mark was left in the cookie. However, I can tell you this one thing. My mother's generation is extremely fearful of him. But the next generation, such as Hermes and Athena, want to break away from the pledge of the Styx. The same goes for me. I'll help you, even support you, if you wish. In return, please help me find my husband. Tears brimmed in her beautiful eyes. I don't have the qualifications and cannot cross into Tartarus. However, it's possible for mortal player ### too. Your fate is helping you. Yi and Wu tightly closed his mouth. I want to know if he's dead or alive at the very least. I just want to see him. So please help me. Yi and Wu nodded. I will. He had been planning on searching for Hades anyway. It wouldn't make much of a difference to have Persephone's request added on top of it. The only problem was whether he could cross over into Tartarus, where even the gods of Olympus hesitated to enter. First, the gates. It was then, the sudden quest Persephone's longtime wish has been created. Persephone's blessing has given through the quest. Persephone's prayer has given through the quest. Persephone's grace has given through the quest. Yi and Wu slowly stood up as he saw the messages popping up. It seemed like this was why Persephone wanted to meet him. On one hand, he was able to find something out. While Zeus's generation didn't look upon him nicely, Hermes and Athena didn't care about any of it. And that they were bound by the pledge of Styx. Thank you. Yi and Wu was about to leave the holy territory after hearing Persephone's words of thanks. Just then, remembering something, he paused to ask Persephone a question. I have a question. Yes, please speak. Do you know where my brother's soul is? I heard it's not tied to the beyond. Persephone had a regretful face. I'm sorry. I'm taking care of the list of the dead in my husband's place, but I don't know everything. Still, since it's your request, I'll try to look into it. Cha Jungwoo's soul is also a great topic of interest for us now. Thank you. Yi and Wu finished his goodbyes and left the holy territory. Body was waiting outside of the shrine. Did you greet the goddess well? Yi and Wu nodded quietly. A faint smile appeared on Body's face. After Hades disappeared, goddess Persephone became lonelier and lonelier. Recently, she heard that goddess Demeter isn't well either. It's a relief that she seems more at peace now. Body sighed, and he led Yi and Wu to where Kreutz was. While following him, Yi and Wu's eyes were somber. When he brought up his brother, Persephone's eyes had wavered for a moment. Her trembling eyes, they were eyes filled with guilt and sadness. It was only for a short moment, but he didn't miss it. She knows something. That moment, the hands of the pocket watch in his chest began to move rapidly. Then, open hollow corner bracket hung. He heard a familiar voice coming from somewhere. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 11/12. Jung Woo. Yi and Wu lifted his head and glanced around. What's the matter? Body looked at Yi and Wu with a surprised face. Yi and Wu had suddenly stopped in the middle of the path. However, Yi and Wu didn't have the mind to care about what Body thought. His eyes were wavering. The voice made his heart skip a beat. It didn't stop. Blood quickly circulated in his body. Yi and Wu looked around like he was looking for something. His intense vestige was relayed to the two death nobles as well. Open corner bracket. What are you talking about, master? Why are you looking for Heaven Wing here? Open corner bracket. What is the matter? He hadn't expected their responses. Under the mask, Yi and Wu's expression hardened. You guys didn't hear that. Open corner bracket. What? Open corner bracket ? Close corner bracket. Shannon and Hanryong seemed confused. They weren't pretending. Their vestiges showed that they didn't know. Yi and Wu lifted his head up. Above, Rebecca appeared as air bunched together. She shook her head from side to side. Yi and Wu quickly pulled out the watch from his breast pocket. The pocket watch that had just been shaking was now calmed down, and the hands were paused at 12. It all felt like a lie. Just. ... Then I'll leave it to you. The future of our tribe is in your hands, Paneth. I'll return as a god. Yes, we feel stronger because you're with us. Ione must have gone peacefully. An old hand patted Paneth's shoulder. Paneth's eyes shined brighter than before upon receiving the elders' encouragement. A godly message had come. In the temple that was now almost useless but still taken care of by a few people, a short message had descended. Go down to the deep darkness. The path for you to return will be there. The protogonoi species were originally gods. They were a strong godly species that were present since the beginning of time. However, as time passed, their powers faded, and they were replaced by the gods of Olympus. Losing their powers, they continued to give their children the name and tradition of their species, hoping that someday, they could return to the heavenly world. And for the first time in thousands of years, they received a response. The gods of Olympus, who had only asked for the protogonoi species when looking for apostles, had finally reached out to them. It started with Poseidon. Then, Hera, Demeter, and Hestia reached out. It was a message that 4 higher gods had given them. Of course the protogonoi species would be in uproar. They interpreted the deep darkness as Tartarus. The tribe had invested all the forces they had to create a team. Elohim would use quite a lot of its manpower for this. If they failed, not only would their tribe fall, but their entire clan would crumble, but none of them worried about such things. The blessings of the 4 higher gods followed them. Most of all, the leader of the team was Paneth. She was the head of 2 families and was graced with divine blood. She never failed. While the team's departure ceremony was happening, there was firm trust in the eyes of the elders who looked at Paneth. F***. Those old geezers don't know anything. Ether was looking at Paneth with envious eyes. In the past, he had dreamed of such a sight too. Every time his great warrior father left for war, he was blessed by the elders in the tribe, the Senate kissed his feet, and he received the absolute support of the consul. He used to watch his father leave through the arch, holding his little sister Hemera's hand tightly. To Ether, his father was his world. He was the symbol of respect. Someone he wanted to catch up to. If anyone asked Ether what he wanted to be when he grew up, he would say that he wanted to be someone like his father. However, his father had crushed his young son's dreams. He didn't know what happened. However, what was known was that his father had suffered a huge loss and betrayed the trust of the tribe and the clan. Their family collapsed overnight, everyone close to them turned their backs, and they were kicked away from the tribe. Hemera could dream of a comeback, having thrown away the family before that, but Ether was held responsible for all the sins his father had committed. His dreams of becoming the hero of his tribe were crushed like that. With the stigma of a betrayer's son, he wandered around the tower without any home. Most people who once lived as nobles either became crazy or hardened their resolve after becoming a beggar. Ether was the latter. He gripped his starving stomach and ground his teeth as he dug around in trash cans. He promised to pay them back for everything they had done and return home in glory despite what his father had done. However, reality is a mess. Ether looked down at his regenerated arms and legs. He was able to heal because of the outstanding regenerative abilities of divine blood, but he could never forget the pain of his limbs being torn off as he was pressed down by Paneth. What did she, who lived as a noble, no, as royalty, her entire life think as she looked down at him? Did she consider him his father's son? Or did she just feel disgusted, like she was looking at trash? He didn't know. Ether lifted his head to look at Paneth again. The blessing ceremony of the tribe's elders was finishing up. He thought about how it must have been if he was in that place, but he couldn't imagine it because he never had. No, looking back, there was a time like that. Arthea. The place that had given him a hand during the time when he dug around trash cans. I must be crazy, thinking of them again. He had no right to reminisce about them, having sold his comrades to return to his tribe. He was shameless for betraying the new clan that just saved him and then betraying his tribe. I didn't want to live as a bat either. While Ether was clenching his teeth, Paneth returned with an expressionless face. She brushed her shoulders with her hand as if there was dirty trash on it. It was where the elders had touched her with their old, moldy hands. Ether looked at Paneth with a blue face. He knew that she was squeamish, but he didn't imagine that she considered the elders of her own tribe that way. Is there a problem? No. Paneth turned around, and Ether stood up straighter and looked away. He couldn't muster the courage to look into the crazy B**********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************่******************************************************************************************************̈̈̈ the essence. Paneth walked past Ether coldly. Her subordinates quickly moved, and the team began to start moving as well. No one was interested in Ether, the dog. Ether grit his teeth from the embarrassment. Somehow, he gripped the piece of the Rui Bang in his pocket. That was how the team left for the expedition. Open corner bracket master. Open corner bracket I don't think it matters anymore. Shannon and Hanryong's voice rang out in his head. They told him to stop. Yi and Wu nodded silently and plopped down on a nearby rock. The monster portents he had left to search returned to his shadow weakly. They tried to look for traces of his brother, but no one could find anything. Body and Kreutz looked at Yi and Wu strangely. Because they didn't know what he was doing, his actions seemed odd. However, Yi and Wu ignored their gazes and pulled out the pocket watch again. I definitely didn't hear wrong. The more time passed, despite Shannon and Hanryong's opinions, the more certain Yi and Wu was that the voice was real. The hands of the pocket watch were proof of that. The needles of the clock trembled faintly, but after hearing his brother's voice, the shaking intensified. It was a subtle difference, but it was still visible through draconic eyes. All kinds of emotions swept through his head. I failed the summoning because he couldn't be found. But Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. What if the skill didn't fail? All the options of the cast of the Black King were powerful enough to be called authorities. Authorities were powers that bent the laws of nature. There was almost little to no chance they would fail. It was because the powers of the gods and demons worked as miracles in the lower world. The summon of the dead that brought souls from the beyond was also an authority. Unless something big interfered, it wouldn't fail. So Yi and Wu considered the possibility that the summon of the dead hadn't failed. Then it might have been that even if his summoning had failed, his brother's soul was influenced by the authority somehow. If that was correct, his brother's desperate voice might have been delivered faintly only to him. Of course, these were all guesses. They might not have been true. However, Yi and Wu judged that his assumptions were likely to be true. His insight and observing abilities after swallowing the Summer Queen and the calculating ability of the demonic dragon body told him so. More than anything, I just feel. His senses were telling him. It was an unexplainable feeling that only twins could recognize. They had grown up together in their mother's stomach, and his senses as a twin were telling him that his brother was somewhere. The answer is to get the Black King's powers in my hands. Yi and Wu slowly stood up, having cleared his mind. Sudden quest Persephone's longtime wish. Summary. Hundreds of years ago, the god of the underworld, Hades, realized that something strange was happening in Tartarus, and he received the help of the Hecatoncheires to open the bronze door himself. However, after the bronze door closed, it never opened again. Persephone waited alone for her husband's return for hundreds of years. But there was only one thing she heard from him. After he entered Tartarus, he called for the 3 Cyclops brothers. Eventually, judging that she couldn't just wait anymore, she decided to take it upon herself to find her husband. Because she was taking care of the duties of the beyond herself and couldn't enter Tartarus, she chose a representative to go in her stead. Become her representative from now on and chase after traces of Hades instead of Persephone. Conditions. Those who can approach death. Those acknowledged by a god of Olympus. Those who cleared the 30th floor's hidden stage and cleared the 10 gates. Time limit. None. Rewards. Persephone's holy artifact. Persephone's blessing. Persephone's authority. Yi and Wu closed the quest window and left Persephone's temple. A new message popped up. You have entered the hidden stage, the 10 gates. Summary. You, who have passed through the Beyond's river and land. This is the court of judgment and punishment that only dead people can enter. Living people shouldn't come here, so if you took a wrong turn, head back. However, if you have come to this place knowingly, you will be met with 10 difficult trials. The punishment, harsh even to the dead, will be even more horrifying to the living. It'll be more cruel, gruesome, and painful. Furthermore, if you die here, you will be forever trapped in the gates and repeat the pain over and over again. But if you can pass through here, great honor and blessings will follow. You will have the firm will to get through any danger and trials that you are faced with in the future, and you will be respected by the dead. An intense heat that felt like it was going to melt his skin off whirled in the air. The heat felt even more extreme because he had just been in the fresh atmosphere that Persephone created. Kreutz frowned. It was his second time here, so he thought he might have gotten used to it, but he couldn't. The heat and humidity all felt unpleasant. Fitting of a court that judged one's sins during their life, the sky was black, and red lava was flowing through the ground like a river. At the same time, the damp energy of the dead was chipping away at his vitality. Messages that said he was in extreme conditions kept on popping up. It was an extremely unpleasant location to be in. Kreutz thought that Yi and Wu would be suffering. The regiment leader had struggled quite a bit when he first entered the hidden stage too. But, open hollow corner bracket woohoo. This is great, heya 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 heya. Open hollow corner bracket, we'll finally be able to enjoy hot springs. Phew, this feels relaxing. Above the sky, Nike was flapping his wings with joy. Nemesis had already slid into the hellfire and grunted like an old man. Kreutz stood there agape with surprise. How comforting. Yi and Wu had a happy smile on his face. The energy of fire warmly embraces you. Your entire stats have temporarily increased by 20. The energy of darkness brings you peace. Your entire stats have temporarily increased by 25. The energy of poison revitalizes you. Your entire stats have temporarily increased by 10. You have earned the title, King of Fire. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 12/12. I didn't expect this. Yi and Wu laugh was one of disbelief. The hidden stage that rankers came to train themselves not only gave him all these buffs, but it even gave him a title. However, in a way, it was obvious. A place that imitated the beyond had to amplify the power of death. It was a perfect place for Yi and Wu after he gained a strong affinity for the darkness property through the grief of the Black King. Also, his affinity for fire had almost reached a player's limits. There was nothing difficult about this. Kreutz looked at him like he was a monster, but Yi and Wu ignored his gaze. He was the person who wanted to follow him until the end. It wasn't something that Yi and Wu had to care about. Or should I just get rid of him since he's annoying? Tartarus was beyond the 10 gates. Kreutz was an outstanding player, but this hidden stage didn't suit his strengths well. To someone who dealt with holy power, this place of death would be a cruel location for him. What's wrong? Kreutz must have felt uncomfortable at Yi and Wu's blatant gaze because he had a bit of a begrudging face. It seemed he had read what Yi and Wu was thinking. Instead of answering, Yi and Wu pointed behind Kreutz. I think that sword is crying. Kreutz moved his hand behind his back and smiled bitterly, realizing what Yi and Wu was talking about. The holy sword Zulfikar was crying endlessly. It had been like this since they entered the hidden stage. This sword is a source of holy power. A place like this would be difficult for it. I was wondering how to calm it down because it kept on complaining about how painful it is. Yi and Wu's eyes shined keenly. Does it speak too? Kreutz chuckled. Of course not. It's not an ego sword with an awakened soul. Well, it's just. I guess you can hear the sword's feelings. Indeed, they call it sword call. I didn't know for sure, but I see you know about it too. Actually, when I talk about this subject, all my subordinates look at me like I'm weird. Yi and Wu nodded silently. Sword call. It was what the One-Horned tribe taught had to be known by those who were at the master level. Hearing the voice of the sword. It meant that you could check the condition of the sword and see how much you were synchronized with it. No matter how fine the sword was, if your body couldn't assimilate with it, the sword would break. Moreover, no matter how bad the sword was, if you could use it well, you could easily split a rock. It was the pinnacle of swordsmanship that Yi and Wu was just beginning to learn. But it seemed Kreutz was already far along on the path. Amazing. It was hard to find players who trained themselves until the master level outside of the One-Horned tribe. Yi and Wu realized what kind of peak Kreutz had reached with his sword. Ah, the regiment leader understood me though. Even the regiment leader. Indeed, then the fantasy regiment leader must also be a master. Just who is it? There was no one that came to mind. Anyways, are you planning on following me in that condition? Kreutz smiled bitterly. I know what you're worried about. You're concerned I'll hold you back. No. You know me. Wouldn't you try to kick someone away without any mercy or kill them depending on the situation if they were just a suspicious nuisance? Yi and Wu didn't reply, but that was enough. Kreutz had learned a lot about Yi and Wu observing him for the last few days. You do what you have to do. I don't know the specifics, but didn't Goddess Persephone assign you an individual quest? I won't get in your way. I won't even ask what it is. I pledge this on the honor of my name and knightage. Kreutz thumped his heart with his fist and spoke firmly. Yi and Wu nodded and turned back. That was good enough for him. Kreutz was a true knight. He wouldn't break his oath. Even if he does, it won't matter. He won't be able to avoid the draconic eyes. Then, he could just kill him mercilessly. Waak. Yi and Wu spread his wings of fire apart. Then, he kicked off from the ground. Pat, you have entered the first gate, Hell of Knives. Kreutz whistled to summon his wyvern to catch up to Yi and Wu, who was becoming a small dot in the horizon. Open angle bracket flying dragon summoning close angle bracket. He was planning on following with his wyvern again. It would be crazy to carry his holy sword and heavy armor and run after Yi and Wu. But, you have failed the summoning. You have failed the summoning. Quote. For some reason, messages kept popping up, saying he failed the summoning. Due to an unknown reason, you cannot summon your creature, flying dragon, here. Please move to another location. No way. Kreutz looked at where Yi and Wu had disappeared to with a crumpled face. Hot water was boiling on the ground. What would happen if he ran above it with his armor? Wouldn't he be cooked nicely like a hard-boiled egg? His face paled. The 10 gates were based on the 10 hells that King Yamra and the 10 kings ruled over. The first, Hell of Knives, was filled with blades, and it was a gruesome forest. The 10 kings judged the dead in the beyond. Each of them ruled over a single hell, and they decided whether they should send souls to the next hell or reincarnate them into another life. Of them, the first hell, the Hell of Knives, was a forest of blades. I need to get through it as quickly as possible. Yi and Wu scanned the gate standing on a cliff with his draconic eyes. Below the cliff, a black abyss's mouth was wide open. He tried to shoot consciousness at it, but he couldn't feel where it ended. If he fell into it, that was the end. Each foothold was only a few meters long, and they were narrow. There were sharp knives below them, so if he took a wrong step, his body would be shredded to pieces. And even if I stand on the footholds, I'll fall right away if I lose my balance. It's intense from the beginning. He could see multiple players moving along the gates. They were all rankers or those of equal strength. He couldn't see any players who had just passed the 30th floor. I'll have to use a shortcut. Yi and Wu confirmed where each of the footholds had a shadow and tossed his body without any hesitation. His draconic eyes shot open and showed him different routes he could take. Poppet, wind path, gale. Gales blew around where Yi and Wu saw flaws, and he quickly stepped on each foothold. Every time his foot touched a blade, monster portents popped up from the shadows and held him up while wind path moved Yi and Wu smoothly to the next location. He moved weightlessly like a feather. Actually, even if the first gate was hard, Galliard would scold him if Yi and Wu couldn't clear it, and he wouldn't be able to talk back. Huh, did something just move past us? The H, Hoarder. Why is he so fast? The F. The players who had been focusing on the steps in front of them were shocked. They looked at Yi and Wu moving smoothly through the air with envious gazes. So that's a new star, huh? Being defeated by a player who hadn't even fully cleared the 30th floor yet. Humiliation filled their faces. And behind them. Huck. Kreutz jumped around with much effort. You have arrived at the second gate, Hell of the Boiling Pot. This is much easier than the last one. The second gate was extremely comfortable for Yi and Wu. Boiling water flowed along the ground and formed a river. It was heavy and damp. There were 2 ways to clear this gate. One of them was to create a boat using the few resources along the gate's entrance, or just swim across. Of course, the resources were extremely limited. Not only was there a cap on the number of boats that could be made, in most cases, the boats burned even before they touched the water. It was easiest to swim across. But it was likely that you would drown from exhaustion halfway across or die from your internal organs being steamed by the heat. Even if you swam well, you would die from the heat, and even if you were resistant to the heat, you would die because your health would run out before you could reach the other side. Most people didn't have both attributes, so they turned back at the second gate. The same went for Yi and Wu. He was only specialized for fire property. He could swim across, but the gate was too long, and he couldn't fly across with his wings of fire because there were no footholds for him to stop on. Of course, I'm not planning on doing either of them. He had another weapon, Cerita, the holy artifact from Lana. He lifted his hand to the necklace around his neck. Cerita's authority, Sea King Stone, is activating. Sea King Stone, rank, authority, proficiency, 0.0%. Summary. The authority that a goddess of Olympus, Cerita, gifted you. Cerita designated you as her dead apostle Lana's successor, and she gave you the authority she had. Sixth sense. Cerita can be said to be the origin of all sea monsters and sea king monsters. While you are using the stone, all senses and muscles will exceed their limits. Also, your instinct will become as sensitive as a sea king monster's, so your intuition will increase dramatically. You can move with dexterity in unexpected situations. Tan and fear. You exude an intense fear and will bend the instinct of monsters. This debuffs the receiver of the option and drains them of their vitality, and you can control them. Guide of water. If there is a great body of water around you, you can control a part of it as you wish. Sito's authority that took the place of Israel's third spirit. It worked smoothly with his dragon body awakening and had a buff effect. The sixth sense helped his extrasensory perception, and his dragon fear's effectiveness also increased. However, the most beneficial option was the Guide of Water. Fighting near water had been a weakness for Yin Wu, but it now gave him an advantage. As soon as Yin Wu activated his authority, he slowly stepped on top of the river water. When his feet touched the surface of the water, a gentle wave rippled along it. The heat from the boiling water didn't affect him. Rather, it was a pleasant feeling. It works. Yin Wu smiled when he stood above the water. Just then, Ruar, a large monster suddenly jumped out of the boiling water. It was the size of a Sea King monster from the River of Souls, and its violence matched that of a Sea King monster. The monster widened its mouth to swallow Yin Wu, but it froze when it looked Yin Wu in the eye. The fear that flowed from Yin Wu was twisting around its heart. Then, above Yin Wu's head, two narrow eyes appeared. Blue inferno sight glared at the frozen monster. Open corner bracket A. Mere, magical, creature, dares. The monster was a predator that easily ripped apart a Sea King monster and occasionally swallowed players in one bite, but the aura of inferno sight wasn't one it wanted to approach. Open corner bracket Go. Phew. The monster's head exploded like fireworks. Pieces of flesh came down, and the river was stained red. I guess I won't have to make any particular effort. Technically, he could easily fly across this gate using flight magic from Boo. However, if he used that method, his karma wouldn't increase because it wasn't something he was doing. After seeing the corpse of the predator sink under the water, a thought occurred to him. This is nice too. Yin Wu closed his eyes and spread his consciousness across the river. Wah! He could see countless monsters swimming under the surface of the river. He sent fear to them. The monsters froze and thrashed, trying to escape the pressure. Yin Wu unexpectedly felt amusement from it. The monsters were still trying to escape. Holding them forcefully helped Yin Wu learn to better use fear. In the past, he had used something similar when fighting Benteke, but he had only been depending on the holy artifact. When Boo's vestige was combined with it, the monsters were easily overpowered. He could feel the life fading from their eyes little by little. Yin Wu pulled them above the water through the senses that were connected to him. Huh, what is this? Why are the Sea King monsters suddenly coming in bunches? Players who had been trying to cross the river were taken aback. Yin Wu didn't pay any attention to them and began to dash across the river's surface. He quickly crossed, using the monsters' heads as stepping stones. The monster heads were crushed under his feet and turned the river water red. Pababit, people who had been swimming above the water were swept away and tried to stay afloat. There were also people who Yin Wu stepped on by accident, and they ended up sinking below the surface and drinking the water. This reminds me of Super Mario. Thinking of the arcade game he used to play on Earth, Yin Wu quickly passed through the second gate too. Open corner bracket that personality. Of course, he ignored what Shannon said. Ah, no. Kreutz let out a shout of despair with an ashen face. You have arrived at the third gate, Hell of Icy Glaciers. You have arrived at the fourth gate, Hell of Blade Trees. You have arrived at the sixth gate, Hell of Venomous Serpents. Yin Wu finally arrived at the gate where the three Cyclops brothers had disappeared after blazing through at full power. Everything was covered in damp swamps. When he took a step forward, blood gurgled up with a squelch. How many people needed to die for such a brutal scene to occur? The problem was that the blood was acidic and poisonous. It could melt artifacts, and it wasn't easy to breathe the air. It won't be easy even with residual poison blood. From this point on, it wasn't easy for Yin Wu either. He had a substantial resistance to it thanks to residual poison blood, but he was still affected. I have to clear this as quickly as possible. Yin Wu bit the detox bead that he bought from Atran and took a quick glance around. But how can I look for traces of the Cyclops here? The last hint of the three Cyclops brothers was here, in the sixth gate, and it wasn't known if they had managed to cross over to Tartarus. It was possible they didn't clear the gates and were one of the pieces of flesh on the ground. Actually, it would be strange if any traces of them were left here since it had been almost 200 years. However, it's annoying, but there's still a way. Yin Wu lifted his head to look up. Boo, chechech. A portal opened, and a lich with a monstrous aura appeared. Boo raised the black bead in his hand and began to mutter incomprehensible words. Cuckoo. The longer the spell went on, the more the flesh under Yian-Wu's feet shook. At the same time, white smoke came up, and a horrifying scream rang out. An innumerable amount of ghosts began to float around. They couldn't do anything other than scream after waking up from their deep slumber. He had woken up the vestige of all the players who had died in the 6th gate in the last 200 years. It was too great of a number, but if each of them was examined, he would be able to learn something. Open corner bracket give. The answer. Countless waves of vestiges flooded Yian-Wu's head. Team. Yahiko, Thursdays 12. Huck. Kreutz felt like he was going to die from exhaustion. He was suffering from following Yian-Wu in his heavy armor. His original plan was to ride above his wyvern in all his glory, but strangely, it couldn't be summoned. He was barely catching up to Yian-Wu by running. He wanted to give up and wait for Yian-Wu outside of the hidden stage, but he ended up following because he was curious about what the hoarder was trying to do here. Fortunately, he seemed to be resting for a moment, working on something with the lich he always moved with. Anyhow, I still can't get used to this place. Kreutz frowned as he looked around. The land was made up of pieces of flesh. The ruined corpses of the bodies exuded toxic smells and poisons, and there were maggots everywhere. How many people had died? While he walked, he couldn't pause because his feet would start sinking into the swamp of corpses. It was a place where you would feel nauseous and stressed just from looking at it. For Kreutz, this gate was the most horrible of all. Kreutz had been reciting prayers so he could push away the deadly energy and not become poisoned. But now, it seemed like it wasn't enough. And Yian-Wu probably wasn't going to be done with whatever he was doing anytime soon. I should make a barrier. Urng. Zulfikar kept on crying out, expressing its dislike. I'm sorry. With an apology, Kreutz planted Zulfikar into the ground and kneeled. Urng. The holy sword trembled as it emanated holy power in a hemisphere around it. Poisons and acids were swept away as a barrier was constructed. Kia, kra, kak. All kinds of ghoulish screams rang out in the air. It's so hectic. Yian-Wu frowned at the headache he was getting. Too much information flooded into his head at once. Because they were vestiges of players who died painfully, the vestiges hurt as he felt them all flood into his head. However, for Yian-Wu, who had a demonic dragon body and time difference, it made him dizzy for only a second. Yian-Wu wasn't a someone mere ghosts could harm anymore. But it's still so loud. He clicked his tongue, looking at the crying vestiges. They had definitely only gathered the souls of those who had died in the past 200 years, but there were too many. At the very least, there were 10,000s of them. It wouldn't be easy to look for information related to the 3 Cyclops brothers out of all of them. However, there was no other way. Time difference. He slowed down the time around him and began to check each of the vestiges. It was a dreary, repetitive act, but all he had to do was pick out the strong souls, so he didn't worry too much. Because if they're related to the 3 Cyclops brothers, their level will be that much higher. Still, it wasn't exactly easy either. The fact that one had arrived at the 6th gate meant that they had reached a high level when they were alive. Also, it seemed that the souls had a lot to say since it had been a while since they met someone. After a long time, I found it. Yian-Wu saw a vestige that was shining more intensely than the others. He could feel Hermes and Athena's gazes become stronger. That meant it was a soul related to Olympus. He poured out consciousness into the vestige. Then, a few scenes flashed by his eyes like a trailer. Waik, run, we can never let them see this. Are they being chased by something? In the vestige, 3 people were running frantically. Seeing the heat and monstrous aura around them, Yian-Wu realized they were the 3 Cyclops brothers who were heading into Tartarus at Hades' orders. They kept on looking behind them, holding something in their arms with care. A shadow-like being was chasing after them furiously. The anxiety they had felt from the 2nd gate became reality in the 4th gate, and now, it was chasing after them explicitly. At the 6th gate, the being completely showed itself and seemed to be about to swallow the 3 of them. This won't do. At this rate, the item will be taken from us. They'll be in danger. Hades, Tartarus, and the stages above. 2nd brother, youngest. I'll try to delay it for as long as I can, so you guys take this to Sir Hades. The oldest took off the robe he was wearing and handed it to the 2nd brother. The faces of the 2nd brother and the youngest became desperate. But, brother, Brother, no more. Are you trying to mess everything up? Huke, remember, no matter what happens, this item must not be stolen. Do whatever you can to get it to Lord Hades. Relay the details of this incident as well. Only then can we live. The second and the youngest quickly ran away into the next gate with tears in their eyes. The oldest looked at them with sad eyes for a moment and turned to the shadow with a vicious smile. Titans and giants, we can't be played by those damned beings again. Titans, giants. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. The Titans and giants were all beings who were trapped in Tartarus after having fought with the current gods of Olympus for power. But why was the oldest brother bringing them up now? And one more thing, what's the object that the other two brothers ran away to protect? Putting his questions behind, Pat, the oldest brother gathered his hands together and began to recite a spell. Fancy effects popped from under him, and a column of brilliant white light descended. A giant stood behind him. The Cyclops he served, Brontes, had descended. The king of blacksmiths who gifted Astrape to Zeus. He let out a roar. Ku, thunder and lightning crashed down on the shadow. Yi and Wu borrowed the oldest brother's vision to see the identity of the monster that was chasing them. Just then, crack, clang clang clang. The vestige around Yi and Wu cracked. He was about to turn around to ask Bu what happened. You have seen a side of the truth. The hidden conditions have been satisfied. A surprise event is activating. Event, cuckoo. The sixth gate shook up and down. It was different from the earthquake that occurred when Bu woke up the ghosts. Something's coming up. Yi and Wu looked down at the ground he was stepping on. The flesh-pieced land was boiling. An even more horrendous stench began to rise from the ground. The pieces of flesh were swept away, and poisons and acids poured down on him like rain. It wasn't something Yi and Wu could block with the detox bead in his mouth. It was like the difficulty of the gate had suddenly increased exponentially. You are in abnormal conditions. You have been poisoned. You have been poisoned. You have been heavily poisoned. You have retained your rationale due to the cold-blooded trait. You are no longer stunned. You have greater resistance to poison. Something was trying to come from underground, beneath the poison created from thousands of years of being buried. His extrasensory perception could see that it was about 7 meters long. The level it exuded was as striking as its size. It's coming. Yi and Wu spread his wings of fire apart and flew up into the sky. Just then, with a boom, something exploded from below. Like a volcano had erupted, flesh pieces were blown away, and a large hand reached out. A giant monster larger than what Yi and Wu had sensed earlier revealed itself. It looked so gruesome that anyone who looked at it would detest it at once. The monster looked like thousands of ghosts had been clumped into the form of a giant. People's faces on its flesh screamed painfully and tried to escape. Kill me. Save me. Why am I? Come with me. With me. The ghosts couldn't escape from the body of the monster and screamed curses. Poisonous energy scattered around them. It's the monster that I saw in the vestige. Yi and Wu instinctively knew it was the same repulsive monster that had been chasing after the Cyclops, apostles. The problem was the aura it exuded. It doesn't fall short of mine. Was it because it was a monster related to Tartarus? Its aura wasn't normal. In fact, in a way, it was more dangerous than Yi and Wu. Not only was it more dangerous, the poison and grudges it had could make the conditions of those who approached it turn for the worse. However, the bigger problem was that it's not the only one. More ghost monsters squirmed to the surface. Yi and Wu realized this fight wasn't going to be easy. Were the strange occurrences in Tartarus Hades had spoken of related to this? Just then, Sweck, the ghost monster extended its rough hand towards Yi and Wu. Yi and Wu quickly pulled out Vigrid from the subspace and swung it up. Quang, cuck, unable to withstand the impact, Yi and Wu landed on the ground. The ghost monster was stronger than he thought. He felt a horrible pain, like his body was going to crack. The toxic stench and the poison he landed on when he crashed into the ground made it worse. Pieces of flesh splattered as he dug into the ground. Domain declaration. He barely raised himself and released his authority. Dragon scales grew on his body, and he projected his consciousness onto the surrounding land. At the same time, he released the stigmata of the goddess, wicked devil, and the Sea King stone. His fiendishness was unleashed. Tien, Hyeongshan Axel changed to wicked devil. Quang, once again, the fist of the ghost giant came flying at him. Yi and Wu lifted Vigrid. This time, their strengths were equal, and he wasn't flicked away. Instead, black aura exploded, and the fist of the ghost monster cracked and scattered. Ku, The ghost monster roared angrily and tried to bring its left fist down on Yi and Wu's head. Open corner bracket you dare. Before it collided with Yi and Wu, the space around him split, and Bu appeared. His inferno sight was blazing with fury. He had been busy controlling the vestiges of the ghosts, but he manifested because he couldn't accept the fact that a mere ghost was trying to attack his master. Open corner bracket die. Quack quack wong. Bu stretched his arms out. When his skeletal hands were spread apart, something exploded next to the ghost monster's head, and half of its head was blown away. Quoo. The ghost monster stepped back, shaking, and Bu kicked off from the ground and cast magic continually. Magic circles appeared and created fancy effects in the air. It was as powerful as Dr. Doom's signature random magic circles. Quack quack wong. The ghost monster was pushed back by the repetitive explosions. The level of the monster may have been high, but Bu had the upper hand. Then, Yi and Wu's shadow stretched out, and Shannon and Hanryong dashed forward. Other ghost monsters had broken through the surface. Open corner bracket ahahaha. It's a fight. Woohoo. Open corner bracket let's finish this quickly. The two death nobles seemed excited by the fact that they could fight without holding back. Rebecca had also returned to her human form and was already fighting. In the sky above, open hollow corner bracket dreams dusk. Nemesis appeared and locked everyone in a deep darkness. As the black emptiness settled down, Yi and Wu's domain was strengthened. The ghosts monsters below paused as they climbed to the surface. Open hollow corner bracket me too. I wanna do it too. Between them, Nike spread his wings apart with grace. Swoosh. Nike transformed into blue fire and began to run along the ground. The ghost monsters screamed as they were covered by fire. The two legendary beasts turned the gate into their stage as if to show how much stronger they had become after being asleep in the Philosopher's Stone all that time. Quack quack quick. Open hollow corner bracket what is? The soul began to blink. The apostle of Cyclops Brontes couldn't understand what happened. He had definitely died, so how was his consciousness still alive? Just then, are you awake? A black mask appeared in front of Aldine. Aldine stepped back subconsciously. The black eyes in which he could see his reflection looked like chains binding him. Chapter 308 Tartarus 8. I was lucky. Yi and Wu's eyes shined as he looked at the apostle of one of the Cyclops, Aldine. Was it because he had exuded an intense consciousness before he died? It might have been because he was an apostle. Whatever the reason was, despite the time that had passed, Aldine's soul was relatively intact. He looked a bit out of it, but it seemed like there would be no problem communicating with him. And I don't know if Brontes had a hand in this, but a part of his holy power is left. Yi and Wu spoke with flashing eyes. Wait a moment, I have something to take care of first. Aldine seemed to want to say something, but Yi and Wu intentionally ignored him and quickly scanned the gate. Nemesis and Nike were unleashing all the power they had stacked up during their slumber in the Philosopher's Stone. The poisons and acids were rapidly purified by the holy fire, and the ghost monsters that had been threatening at first were now being pushed back. Bu cast his magic, and below him, Shannon, Hanryong, and Rebecca were running around the battlefield. Monster portents popped in and out from the shadows. Quang. Just then, the head of the first ghost monster was crushed, and its body fell down. It was a rough explosion, and Yi and Wu could feel the heat from where he was. In this battle, Yi and Wu was using everything he had. On one side, Kreutz was fighting busily. Since he was a player who used holy power, it looked like he was being pushed back by the ghost monsters, who used completely opposite powers from him. However, this isn't enough. He narrowed his eyes. They had taken down a ghost monster and were doing what they could to take care of the rest of them, but the ghost monsters were learning from the fights. They were looking for the chance to fight back. It meant they were memorizing the attack patterns of Yi and Wu's party. Moreover, additional ghost monsters continued to pop out from the surface. Underground, even more ghost monsters were trying to squeeze their way up. He couldn't imagine how many of them there were. Is there a way? If he had to fight, he would. Although it would be exhausting. Each ghost monster may have had an aura that was equal to Yi and Wu's, but Yi and Wu knew how to fight. He was confident he could run from here or stall for time somehow. But the problem comes after that. Then what happened if he entered the next gate? With his strength drained, there was no way he could get through it. Also, there could have been stronger monsters than the ghost monsters in this gate. Yi and Wu had to find a solution. Just then, URRG. His right wrist and left ankle trembled. It was like the despair and grief of the Black King were asking what he was doing. Suddenly, Yi and Wu realized what he had been missing. Why had he only thought of fighting? All the gates that led to Tartarus should be advantageous to him. Sea King Stone, Tan and Fear. Yi and Wu began to combine fear with his consciousness. Tan and Fear, an aura any monster would feel threatened by started to be projected around him. He spread his hands out in front of him. Tan and Fear spread across his selected domain and pushed the shoulders of the ghost monsters down. Kwang, like they were all tied to heavy stones, the gravity around them began to bind them. Kiak, kayak, kayak, the ghosts that made up the ghost monsters realized something was strange and began to jump around. Tan and Fear bent the will of your opponents and forced them down. It might have been difficult against the monsters as a whole, but it was fine against each individual ghost. They were pained from the mental pressure they received. The movements of the ghost monsters slowed. They realized it was because of Yi and Wu and slowly turned their heads, but they were already like broken robots. Open corner bracket. Why are they like that? Open corner bracket. I suppose he's trying to do something. Shannon and Hanryong looked over at Yi and Wu. Still, they had their guards up in case something went wrong. Yi and Wu was also being pressured by the monsters. I'm gonna lose it. Each individual ghost was no problem, but there were too many of them when they were combined like this. It was like all of the souls of the players who died in the 10 gates were gathered here. All kinds of emotions and vestiges were intertwined complexly inside. If Yi and Wu took a wrong step, he could easily join them. Too many things were spinning around his head. The impact from causing chaos among the ghosts almost took over Yi and Wu's mind. You maintain your rationale through the cold-blooded trait. He activated the authorities of the Black King with the help of the trait. Despair dealt with souls, and grief with death. He felt it was possible if he used the greater authority of the two. The second soul, he clenched his fist. Crunch. Like he was pulling the strings of a marionette, the ghosts at the end of the string began to shake. Kiak, kayak, kayak, the ghosts all trembled. Pook. Pew pew pook. The ghost monsters crumbled from explosions. Not only did the ghost monsters standing above ground fall, even the ones who were trying to get to the surface were destroyed. Instantly, the 6th gate was filled with ghosts. There were 10,000s of them at first glance. No, there were probably hundreds of thousands. An ashy fog spread out, and it began to move in a great vortex. What? Kreutz widened his eyes in surprise. Ghosts were screaming in front of him. Despair and grief rang throughout the gate. Soul Collector. Yi and Wu pulled his fist towards him. Then, the twisted bunch of ghosts came in his direction. A new abyss opened in front of his eyes. Soul Collection. The chest of his enslaved souls opened its mouth gruesomely. Kia. The ghosts realized what Yi and Wu was trying to do and tried to escape, but they couldn't turn away from the process that had already started. All the souls were being sucked up into the Soul Collection. It was a wonder how it was possible through that small hole, but the abyss was eating everything up. Then, it shut its mouth. Kung, kung, kung. Of course, there was no way it would end well. The space shook. The door to the Soul Collection appeared and disappeared again. The souls inside were trying to kick and squirm to get out. They were all souls that were pent up in this gate for a long time, and they had intense vestiges. The number of souls could probably make up an army. The souls seemed to be familiar with working together. Binding them by force with the authority wasn't easy, especially at his current level. Furthermore, the size of his collection had a limit of 20,000. He had already exceeded it. However, Nemesis, open hollow corner bracket. All right. I didn't think of using dream in this way. Nemesis began to lay the dream around him onto the Soul Collection. It was a strength that swallowed everything around it. There were no exceptions to the souls. The Soul Collection turned to nothing in an instant. It had been bound to Nemesis. Clack, clack, click clack. The forced binding began. As each soul was marked, their resistance decreased. And when the last of them was finished. Phew, Yi and Wu was able to unclench his fist. He had put so much into this that his blood was dripping from beneath his scales. His hands were still trembling, and his clothes were drenched with sweat. But looking at his bracelet that was crying in joy, he grinned. Aldine looked at Yi and Wu with a blank face. Open corner bracket. No way. Kreutz had the same dumbstruck expression. It'll take some time to summon all of them. Yi and Wu was able to clean up the situation after he recovered a bit. The first thing he checked was the Soul Collection. His mind was feeling heavy because too many souls were floating inside of it. Collected souls, 121,334. This is crazy. Looking at the collected souls, Yi and Wu clicked his tongue. It was a ridiculous number even for him. How was this possible? No, I guess it's obvious in a way. He had swept in all the souls on the stage. Also, they were all souls that had been powerful when they were living. They were of good quality. The Black King was a being who was respected by all gods and demons who ruled over death. Azrael called himself the Black King's servant. It might have been obvious that the artifact of such a being could do things like this. It was accurate to say Yanwu was unable to use the artifacts to the fullest because his level was too low. When I digest all of these, I'll evolve the monster portents first and take a deeper look into the authorities of the Black King. Yanwu was quite satisfied. Open hollow corner bracket ha, must be nice. It's me who's doing all the work. Close hollow corner bracket. Nemesis complained. Yanwu had only been able to take care of the souls all thanks to Nemesis. Thanks, but shouldn't you do that at the very least since you've been sleeping inside of the Philosopher's Stone all this time? Open hollow corner bracket. Then what about Nike? Open hollow corner bracket. You called for me. Nike had returned to his bird form atop Yanwu's left shoulder. He looked like he was having the time of his life. Yanwu stroked Nike's chin and spoke to Nemesis. That's child abuse. Open hollow corner bracket. Then isn't this abuse to me too? Do you want to make him do it that badly? Nike tilted his head with shining eyes, like he didn't know what Nemesis was talking about. Open hollow corner bracket s asterisk. Nemesis cursed, unlike his usually calm self. Nike was bigger, but he was still a child inside. Because Nemesis treated him like a little brother, he would never ask Nike to do anything difficult. Yanwu knew this well. Open hollow corner bracket arg, that personality of yours. Feeling wrong that he was the only one doing manual labor, Nemesis shouted at Yanwu and turned around. His previous owner had never done anything like this. They were twins, but they were completely different people. Yanwu grinned. I guess I'll have to do something for him in the future. Nemesis got upset easily. Yanwu turned around, thinking he should give Nemesis a present sometime, when he saw Aldine looking at him with a black face. When they met eyes, Aldine straightened his back. Open corner bracket y, you how. Aldine was a powerful player when he was alive. He was confident he wouldn't lose if he fought Yanwu in his youth. However, Aldine had fought the ghost monsters alone, letting his brothers run away before him, and in the end, he died. On the other hand, Yanwu not only defeated the ghost monsters but also enslaved them. Aldine found it hard to believe even though he had seen it himself. Most of all, the power that Yanwu used was. Open corner bracket. How can a player wield the power of death? It wasn't a power that was allowed to mortals. However, Yanwu didn't need to answer Aldine's question. Right now, he was rushed for time. His soul is fading. The vestige around Aldine was losing its color. Unless he made Aldine a spirit like Rebecca, Aldine would probably become a ghost. He would lose sight of his identity. As the channeling with the Cyclops Brontes still connected. I want to speak with him. I want to know where Hades is. Aldine snapped to attention. Open corner bracket. Who are you? How do you know about the god I serve? And about Lord Hades, too? I'll just tell you I'm a messenger heading to Tartarus on Persephone's request. I want to tell you more, but it seems like you don't have much time. Aldine understood what Yanwu was saying and nodded his head solemnly. Once his identity was gone, the channeling would be cut off as well. What he did needed to be of utmost secrecy, but someone who had received orders from Persephone deserved to hear. Open corner bracket. Lord Brontes was asleep with me here, waiting for Lord Hades to appear, chasing after the prophecy, and it seems like you're the person in the prophecy. Prophecy, just when Yanwu was about to ask what he was talking about. Pat, Aldine disappeared. The last of the holy power he had vanished, and white light soared to the sky. What descended from the column of light was a giant god with a single eye. Open hollow corner bracket. Are you the one who called me? It was the descent of the oldest of the Cyclops, Brontes. Yanwu nodded. Yes, that was me. I'm here on Persephone's request to chase after Hades into Tartarus, and I found you here. The time allowed to Brontes didn't seem that long either. He was fading away. His soul seemed to have been injured greatly, seeing as his body was covered in injuries. He didn't look like a god. Yanwu got straight to the point. Brontes spoke with a nod. Open hollow corner bracket. As you already know, we were heading to Tartarus with an item on Hades's command. However, our youngest accidentally revealed what we were doing, and we had to run away. What is the item? It was definitely the item in the chest from the vestige Yanwu saw. The item that Hades said to bring. The secret of Tartarus would undoubtedly be contained inside of it. Open hollow corner bracket fire. Fire. What was that supposed to mean? Open hollow corner bracket It's the fire that can vanquish the darkness that's polluting the undergrounds of Tartarus, Erebus, and the 5 rivers around it, Acheron, Cocytus, Phlegethon, Lethe, and Styx. When Brontes opened his hand, a small chest appeared. It was the chest that the 3 apostles had. When the identity of the fire was revealed. This is. Yin Wu's eyes widened. The soul stone. It was Lucille's soul stone. Chapter 309 Tartarus 9. Lucille's soul stone. Didn't Viera take that? A long time ago, Lucille, who hadn't been able to become a god or a demon, had fallen to the lower world with his wings torn apart by both kinds. The soul stone was created from his fall. It had entered his brother's possession by coincidence, but after Viera took it, it disappeared from the lower world. Or so it was thought. But the soul stone was right there. Is it the same one? Time-wise, it wasn't weird for the 3 Cyclops brothers to have failed in their tasks 200 years ago and for the stone to end up with his brother. But something's off. Yin Wu narrowed his eyes. The shape or feeling of the stone that he saw in the diary was different from what Brontes had. While the stone in the diary was more square and had a dull energy, the soul stone Brontes had was round and shined light. It truly fit the expression, fire. The stone looked like it was blazing. Open hollow corner bracket soul stone. Yes, the previous owner called it that. But we call this fire, or light. Light. Now that he thought about it, Yin Wu realized Lucille's other name was Lucifer, which meant bringer of light. Open hollow corner bracket We also call it the fire of the beginning. Lucille was like the lighthouse of fire. Anyways, all those legends aside, it was something that Lord Hades needed desperately. Brontes tried to speak of Hades and the fire of the beginning. However, Yin Wu had something he wanted to know more. No, please tell me about the fire of the beginning first. Brontes frowned. He couldn't stay in his vestige body for long. There were too many things he had to relay to Yin Wu, such as what to watch out for or how to carry things out. But the light shining in Yin Wu's eyes was threatening him. Like he was going to quit the quest if Brontes didn't answer his questions. Yin Wu was that desperate for information about the soul stone. There was definitely something he was missing. Eventually, Brontes sighed and heeded Yin Wu's wishes. Open hollow corner bracket All right. But I don't have much time, so I can't go into much detail. The fire of the beginning is now history even among godly societies, and all things related to Lucille can't be spoken of because of a pledge we're bound by. Yin Wu nodded with expectant eyes. Open hollow corner bracket In the beginning, there was fire, and Lucille was the one who watched over it. Then, he became a superior entity by swallowing the fire of the beginning. This is Lucifer. The lowly lighthouse keeper, Lucille, had become Lucifer, with his hundreds of wings. Open hollow corner bracket However, this power wasn't bestowed upon him. The fire of the beginning was something that all gods and demons treasured. It was the spark that legends and myths came from, and they couldn't allow Lucille to keep it to himself, so everyone worked together to tear off his wings. Brontes went on, speaking quickly. Open hollow corner bracket And Lucille. Lucifer didn't die easily. He didn't want to return the fire to the gods and demons, so he split his soul into several pieces as he fell to the lower world. These are the soul stones, pieces of the soul that have the fire of the beginning within them. Yin Wu's eyes widened. Open hollow corner bracket The gods and demons frantically tried to retrieve them, but apart from a few, the rest completely vanished. Quote. Open hollow corner bracket Of those, the only one kept intact was Castitas. Many things were going through Yin Wu's mind. It wasn't just one soul stone. That was a significant piece of knowledge. Then how many stones fell in total? Open hollow corner bracket A total of 14. 7 virtues and 7 sins. It was a result of Lucille having affinities for both light and darkness. The upper world has 9 of them. 5 of them are roaming around the lower world. And this was one of the 5. Then what Viera had was one of the remaining 4. Yin Wu felt some things click into place. Why had he only thought there was only one stone? It was possible for there to be several of them. At the same time, he felt surprised. With that one soul stone, Viera was able to swallow Mother Earth and ascend to the heavenly world. Then if I can gather the rest of them, Yin Wu could gain all the power he needed. Open hollow corner bracket But it's strange that you're curious about this. Yin Wu came to attention at what Brontes said. What do you mean? Open hollow corner bracket I mean what I said. You and I both have soul stones, but you don't know anything about them. Yin Wu was shocked. He never imagined that he would hear something like this. His eyes became bigger. What are you? Open hollow corner bracket. Isn't that a soulstone near your heart? Quote exclamation mark quote. Yi and Wu pulled out the pocket watch from his left breast pocket. The hands of the watch were trembling. Brontes nodded. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes. It's an item that refined the soulstone very well. Even I wouldn't be able to make something like that. Was there a blacksmith who was that talented in the lower world? It's a shame I can't observe their talent. Yi and Wu's hands shook. For a moment, he was blank. He was just confused. Open hollow corner bracket. Although its functions seem to be paused for some reason I cannot discern. Still, that will be a great help to Lord Hades, so it's a relief. It seemed like Brontes thought that he had brought the pocket watch for Hades. Yi and Wu tried to ask a few more questions since Brontes was thinking that way, but Brontes raised his hand and cut Yi and Wu off. Open hollow corner bracket. No. Enough with the small questions. I must say what I have to. I don't have much time. But if you insist on asking them, I'll just disappear. His single eye had a fierce look, as if he wouldn't budge. Yi and Wu bit his lower lip. Brontes was as desperate as he was. In the end, Yi and Wu nodded and took a step back. First, he needed to listen to what Brontes had to say, and he could ask his questions later. Open hollow corner bracket. Anyways. Brontes began to speak with a nod. Open hollow corner bracket. I was moving to Tartarus with my brothers on Lord Hades's orders with the Stone of Castitas. According to Lord Hades, a force of darkness is invading Tartarus. What is the darkness? Open hollow corner bracket. I don't know. I just followed his orders. But I know one thing for sure. The Titan and giants locked inside Tartarus have somehow regained their strength and are trying to escape. Lord Hades was trying to prevent that. The Titans and giants, criminals who were locked in Tartarus after fighting with the gods of Olympus. The fact that they were resisting was big news. It sounded like the strange occurrences Hades felt from Tartarus were the plans of the convicts to escape. Open hollow corner bracket. So while Lord Hades needed the Stone of Castitas, he also needed our brethren's abilities. Yi and Wu nodded. The three Cyclops brothers would definitely be able to create more outstanding weapons to keep the Titans and giants under control. Open hollow corner bracket. But at some point, everything went sideways. I don't know how they found out after we moved so carefully, but people were chasing after us. Someone was clearly connected to Tartarus from the outside. That was what Brontes thought. And they must have been the ghost monsters. Open hollow corner bracket. Yes. We were tied down at the 6th gate. I stayed behind to stall for some time. Brontes narrowed his single eye. Open hollow corner bracket. I thought someone would come to help someday. They would need a guide to lead the way. And thankfully, it was worth staying here, although I lost my level. Brontes' image began to fade away. Since he stayed here all that time, he had lost a considerable amount of his holiness. He would become a normal soul and fall into the cycle of reincarnation instead of being locked in this gate. Being mortal was what gods feared the most, but Brontes didn't seem to be scared of it at all. Open hollow corner bracket. Anyways. It's a long way, so I entrust the final steps to you. It seems like the darkness hasn't been pushed back despite all this time. My brothers will need help too. The only regret I have. Wah! His image cracked with static. Open hollow corner bracket is that I cannot help them as the eldest. The sudden quest Persephone's longtime wish has been updated. Please check the quest window. Brontes' soul faded faster. No. Yi and Wu felt frantic looking at Brontes. He still hadn't heard anything about the pocket watch yet. Also, he had to ask about the Black King's weapons. The reason why they swallowed Astrape and Triana. Just then, Yi and Wu was suddenly reminded of something. Death, souls, the authority he had already bound Brahma to him. If it was a god who had a low level and deeply regretful. Brontes. Yi and Wu looked at Brontes, who only had his head left now. Open hollow corner bracket. Why? Do you want to say farewell to me? You said you wanted to help your brothers, right? Do you still want to defeat the Titans and the giants? Open hollow corner bracket. Of course. They're my enemies. Back when Titans had ruled over Olympus, they locked the three Cyclops brothers up, saying they didn't want to see them. It was Zeus who saved them then. The three Cyclops brothers thought this was their chance of repaying him and created great weapons for Zeus. They were Astrape, Triene, and Kine. However, the Titans and giants were trying to escape from Tartarus now. The reason why the three Cyclops brothers had helped Hades was because of their grudge against them. If so, please become bound to me. Open hollow corner bracket what? I'll help you resolve your regrets. Yi and Wu tried to hold on to Brontes. It was impossible to forcefully bind souls of that size like he had with the ghost monsters. He had to logically entice and make Brontes want to be bound to him. Open hollow corner bracket what? Brontes crinkled his eyes, unable to understand what Yi and Wu was saying. Telling a god to be bound to a human. It was disrespectful. He didn't know what would change if he did that. However, the moment Yi and Wu stretched his hand towards him. Open hollow corner bracket that's. His eyes widened. The black bracelet and fetter that he thought were normal artifacts were shaking. Along with them, Brontes' eyelashes shook too. He now realized who Yi and Wu was the descendant of. The one who they could only call him, because of the pledge on the Styx River. Become bound. The fading world around Brontes paused. Open hollow corner bracket no way. Brontes had a disbelieving expression after seeing his visible arm. Kreutz looked shocked too. No way. He thought the same thing when Yi and Wu took control of tens of thousands of souls, but he hadn't imagined that Yi and Wu would bind a god's soul. He never heard of a mortal doing anything like this. Kreutz's eyes were filled with disbelief. Especially because he knew more about holiness than most players, having trained with his holy sword, he was extremely shocked right now. No matter how much damage had been done to the being's level, it didn't make sense that a supernatural soul could be taken in like that. Open hollow corner bracket no. I suppose it's to be expected. Brontes observed Yi and Wu with dark eyes. He hated Titans more than anything in the world, and he was flabbergasted by the situation. However, Yi and Wu was now his master, and his descendant. There was no escape for him. He realized that he had fallen for the mortal's smooth talking. Still, if he can help me meet my brothers and stop those guys, what wouldn't I do? This might be fate. Had he seen the look in Brontes' eyes? I'll ask something I didn't get a chance to ask earlier. Yi and Wu nodded and held out the pocket watch. Open hollow corner bracket speak, master. Can you fix this watch? Chapter 310 Tartarus 10. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 12. Brontes looked from Yi and Wu to the pocket watch. Then, he clicked his tongue. Open hollow corner bracket it isn't an item to deliver to Lord Hades. It's a personal item. Open hollow corner bracket Is that so? Brontes' eyes were filled with regret. If they could have had this along with the stone of Castitas, it would have been a great help to Hades. But they couldn't. Open hollow corner bracket can I take a look at it? However, since he was now working with Yi and Wu, he had to help him. Brontes stretched his hand out. Yi and Wu nodded and pushed the pocket watch towards him. His hands were trembling with nervousness. Brontes examined the pocket watch carefully. He had fallen to the status of a monster portent, but the knowledge from his life hadn't disappeared. No, because he was a blacksmith god, he didn't have to worry about his godly level like other gods did in the first place. Open hollow corner bracket Brontes returned the pocket watch. Yi and Wu carefully accepted it and looked at him. His throat was choked up, and he couldn't speak properly. How is it? Open hollow corner bracket you said this watch was broken, correct? Yes, that's right. Open hollow corner bracket no. That's not it. It isn't broken. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. The watch wasn't broken. Then, open hollow corner bracket it would be better to say it's sealed. Except for a few functions, the rest of the functions are all locked. It seems like this was done on purpose. Quote exclamation mark quote. Yi and Wu's eyes hardened. He felt like the questions in his head were finally being answered. He hadn't been able to find what was wrong with the pocket watch with his draconic eyes, and he was at a loss for what to do. Although he had an outstanding amount of knowledge in alchemy and magic, having completed the Philosopher's Stone, he couldn't figure out the watch. Because he couldn't figure out how to repair the pocket watch, he just thought his brother had reached an extraordinary peak during his lifetime. That wasn't the case. The way he tried to resolve the issue was the problem. If it was sealed instead of broken, then it made sense that he hadn't been able to figure out what to do with it. Repairing and unsealing required completely different knowledge. On one hand, he felt like a blindfold was lifted from his eyes. If only he knew the reason, he would have been able to find the solution faster. He felt excited. Then can it be repaired? No, unsealed. Open hollow corner bracket no. It's too difficult. But contrary to Yi and Wu's expectations, Brontes shook his head. There are items you can't fix too. Open hollow corner bracket I'm not perfect. And I don't know what they did, but the fact that they used the soul stone in the first place means they're as skilled as me. Amazing. It looks like it's the work of a mortal, but their knowledge was greater than a supernatural's. Can I know where the person who made this item is? Brontes seemed passionate about it. It seemed like his curiosity about the outstanding blacksmith ran as deep as his desire for revenge. Yi Yanwu smiled bitterly. He was proud his brother was judged so highly, but he also felt sad. He knew a part of the functions Brontes was speaking about was the diary. Then what were the other sealed functions? Also, why had his brother equipped the stone with them? Had Yi Yanwu's sad thoughts been relayed to Brontes? Brontes glanced at Yi Yanwu and took a closer look at the pocket watch. Then, he spoke again. Open hollow corner bracket, of course, it's just I can't unseal it by myself. Yi Yanwu abruptly turned his head to look at Brontes. Open hollow corner bracket, let's make a deal. Nothing will change that much. You've already accepted the quest from Lady Persephone, correct? Help us to calm down Tartarus as the quest says. If you do, I'll gather my brothers and do whatever I can to unseal it. He was basically telling him to head to Tartarus quickly. Open hollow corner bracket, how's that? Yi Yanwu had no reason to refuse. I accept. He gripped the pocket watch, and his heart started to beat faster. Sudden quest, Persephone's longtime wish. Summary. Omitted. While on the way to clear the 10 gates on Persephone's request, you have succeeded in discovering traces of the 3 Cyclops brothers who disappeared during their search for Hades. However, you have only succeeded in finding the oldest Cyclops, Brontes, and you haven't found the other 2. On the other hand, the other side has become wary of you. Quickly find the other 2 Cyclops. The sooner you find them, the higher the rewards will be. The other side has started to become wary of me. Yi Yanwu narrowed his eyes, seeing the updated quest information. Was the other side the Titans and Giants? It seemed like he had been detected by them after defeating the ghost monsters. Open hollow corner bracket, to be exact, it'll probably be the whoever is contacting Tartarus from the outside. Brontes read Yi Yanwu's thoughts and spoke. Yi Yanwu looked over at him. Do you know who they are? Brontes smiled bitterly and shook his head. Open hollow corner bracket, I don't know either. We were just being chased. However, I'm sure of one thing. His eyes were dark. Open hollow corner bracket, they were somewhere nearby at the time. Brontes clenched his teeth. Open hollow corner bracket, there was definitely a traitor. If not, something like this wouldn't have occurred. So, be careful. Yi Yanwu nodded. Like what Brontes said, if the Titans and Giants stepped up themselves, it definitely wouldn't be easy. No, aside from that, interfering in a war between gods as a mortal was a lot of pressure in itself. Open hollow corner bracket, we couldn't take care of something like this ourselves and had to ask for the help of mortals like you. How humiliating. Brontes disappeared into the soul collection. This situation was embarrassing to him. He was also planning on taking a rest, having exhausted himself from using his holy power to wait. Yi Yanwu spread his wings of fire apart and began to move again. As more time passed, his wings of fire became more like a skill. You have entered the 7th gate, Hell of Great Solutions. You have entered the 8th gate, Hell of Iron Beds. In the 7th gate, fierce winds whirled around him, and in the 8th gate, he had to clear through the boiling iron ground. From then, the stages became so difficult that even Yi Yanwu couldn't breeze through them. It was a dangerous area where high rankers came to train themselves. Moreover, Poopapong, the attacks of the enemies who were trying to catch Yi Yanwu became even more direct. Like the warning in the quest, the Titans and Giants had begun to show their other cards. All kinds of strange monsters began to appear. The ghost monsters in the 6th gate paled in terms of strength. They were definitely made of different ghosts, but because they were connected by a strange shadow, it was hard to deal with them. A few of them had holiness, albeit a small amount. Even when trapped in prisons, gods are still gods. Yi Yanwu worked harder the more hurdles came his way. Although the Titans and Giants had been trapped inside of Tartarus, they were still strong gods who had fought against the Olympian gods. Quoo! Just then, a large shadow tentacle came flying at him. The ashy fog that had been following Yi Yanwu around like a tail gathered in front of him as a barrier. It was an army of tens of thousands of souls. Quack-quack-quong. The shadow tentacle couldn't pierce the ashy fog and was flicked away. In that process, several thousands of souls were destroyed, but the soul collection quickly replenished the souls that were gone. Shannon and Hanryong both used their signature skills. Open angle bracket. Volcano close angle bracket and open angle bracket sword whirlwind close angle bracket lashed at the shadow tentacle, and it was separated from its body. Rebecca jumped in and activated magic, and high above in the sky, Boo raised the crystal bead to cast spells. Krrrng, Quakwong, Nemesis became one with darkness, and Nike transformed into fire to shred the rest of its body. Kwong, Kane, now, Kreutz shouted, holding the monster's ankle down forcefully. Yian-Wu nodded and tossed his body to where the being twisting in pain was. He activated 4 of his authorities and used their buffs to his advantage. Hero, unyielding, villain, destroying, Vigrid cried out as if it was going to crack any moment, and a bright light exploded at the same time. Wave of fire, 72 Bian, Yal, Pa, Chom. Krrrng. The monster squirmed to extinguish the fire. Every time it moved, the gate shook like it was going to break, but the fire just grew bigger. Holy fire. The fire of Nike wouldn't lose to the monster. Also, Yian-Wu combined different powers into it. Horror, wave of fire, draconic magic power, holy power, demonic energy, 72 Bian, and residual poison blood. Because of his demonic divine dragon body and the title, blessed by mana, he was unaffected from using all of them. The monster toppled over, unable to withstand the barrage. Boom! Its body was so colossal that the entire stage shook, although it had only fallen over. Heok, Heok Heok, Yian-Wu brought Vigrid down and gasped. His entire body felt hot. It was a result of overusing his magic circuit. His health depleted at a rapid pace. Just then, fire shot out from the monster's corpse and flew at Yian-Wu in the form of a bird. Open hollow corner bracket. Did I do well? Yes. Good job. Open hollow corner bracket. Hehe. Nike is strong. Nike climbed atop Yian-Wu's arm and folded his wings to flex his muscles. Yian-Wu stroked Nike's adorable head and turned his head at Nemesis's voice. Open hollow corner bracket. Master. What? Nemesis's voice was filled with concern. Open hollow corner bracket. How was that monster just now? Strong. Open hollow corner bracket. Is that it? If it wasn't for the difference in properties, it would have been hard. Open hollow corner bracket. You're right. It was something you never would have been able to catch under normal conditions. Even with all our powers combined. Nemesis continued in a heavy voice. Open hollow corner bracket. It's called Medusa. And in Tartarus, there are plenty of monsters like that roaming around. Do you have to go there right now? Don't you know that my previous master was unable to get that far either? Yian-Wu nodded heavily. It seemed like that place was our limit. The monsters that kept on appearing from the 8th gate caused us to lose hope. The difficulty of each gate was hard enough, but crazy monsters appeared on top of that. We promised we would come back and left the hidden stage. On one hand, I felt it was a shame. I wanted to see the entrance of Tartarus even though I couldn't enter it. In one of the few locations of gods in the lower world. Open hollow corner bracket. I know you think you have to gain the Black King's power and of your resolve to fix the pocket watch by gathering Brontes and the others. It's not too late to. Nemesis did whatever he could to stop Yian-Wu. Tartarus was somewhere a mortal couldn't approach. And Yian-Wu was going to challenge it without any preparation. He also wanted to gain power and fix the pocket watch like Yian-Wu said. However, now wasn't the time. Compared to the gods, Yian-Wu was far too weak. This place was somewhere one should only challenge after clearing the 50th floor. Jung-Woo had stopped at the 8th gate, even with Arthea's support. Then what should Yian-Wu, who didn't have a team, do? And especially now, with him discovered by titans and giants. Shannon and Hanryong, who couldn't be exhausted, were already feeling tired. However, no, I'm going. Yian-Wu shook his head. This was an opportunity hard to come by. It was a chance to find clues related to his brother. No, he might have even been able to meet his brother again. What if he pushed this back to do it later and something happened? Also, once he pushed it back, he could continue to push it back again and again. He didn't want to do that. He didn't want to miss this chance. Also, there was something Yian-Wu wanted to say to his brother. He couldn't stop until he did. Never. Yian-Wu absorbed the strength of Medusa and the rest of the monsters through Batory's vampiric sword, and he moved on. Nemesis looked at Yian-Wu disappointingly. Yian-Wu's eyes were blazing with greed. I have to meet him. No matter what. Chapter 311 The King of the Underworld 1. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. You have entered the 10th gate, Hell of Black Darkness. The path to the last gate was a dangerous one. Especially near the 9th gate, the appearance of minotaurs and Nemean lions almost decimated Yian-Wu's party. Shannon and Hanryong, who had been fighting on the front lines, had to recover their stamina in the shadows. Open corner bracket ha ha, what a ridiculous master. Open corner bracket, it's been a while since I fought so crazily like this. Shannon and Hanryong seemed quite exhausted mentally. Theoretically, they could fight forever without any rest as long as ghosts were supplied to them, but because they were once humans, they couldn't ignore the mental stress from fighting non-stop. The sustained fight against monsters under the titans and giants was that hard. The gate itself and the monsters. They had to fight against both. Still, Yi and Wu silently persevered. Nemesis occasionally asked him to go back. Yi and Wu's other subordinates didn't say anything and moved according to his wishes. It was because they knew how desperate he was from their connection to him. The desire to look for any clues of his little brother. The resolve to gain the Black King's power. He was so desperate for all of it. This was the reason why Yi and Wu had pushed himself to the limit all this time. His subordinates wished to heed their master's wishes. Even if they failed. Open hollow corner bracket. In the end, Nemesis realized what the other subordinates wanted to do and didn't try to stop him any further. He also wanted the power and clues as much as Yi and Wu did. His longing for his previous owner was so great that he appeared in his dreams. Please bless us with your spirit and wash away the darkness with light in this place. Kreutz planted Zulfikar in the ground and activated a barrier around them with a prayer. Open angle bracket holy light barrier close angle bracket. It was a spell that didn't allow the approach of enemies with bad intentions and offered protection from spells. However, the barrier couldn't be transported, so he had to continue to recite the prayer as they walked. Still, with the barrier cast, they were able to rest for a little while. Kreutz was doing everything he could while moving with Yi and Wu's party. Although he must have been curious about many things, as promised, he didn't ask. Yi and Wu realized his sincerity and respected him as a comrade. Are they not allowing us inside until the very end? Yi and Wu looked at the heavy darkness beyond the holy light barrier. The 10th gate, Hell of Black Darkness, had players walk through the territory filled with a fog-like darkness to reach the final destination. Actually, that in itself wasn't that hard for Yi and Wu. Even if his sight was blocked by the darkness, after realizing consciousness from the 20th floor, he was confident he could clear this gate without any problems. However, the problem was the monsters he could see bustling through the darkness. The subordinates of the Titans and the Giants. From the Hydras to the Nemean Lions, the monsters that kept on bothering Yi and Wu's party were swarming around. There were tens of them just from a brief head count. Each of them was gruesome and violent. They were all tens of meters tall, and attempting to pass through a bunch of them was like walking through death's door on purpose. It was a relief that the Tannin Fear and Boo's Inferno sight were very useful in controlling the monsters. If not for both, they would have been in critical danger already. Anyway, Yi and Wu turned around. Do I have to have these gazes on me here too? Yi and Wu was sick of the additional gazes that were on him since he entered the hidden stage. Up until now, he felt that the gazes were coming from above. But the closer he got to Tartarus, the gazes were coming from below. And each of them felt unpleasant and fearsome. The Titans and Giants. It was definitely their gazes. The information from the quest window was correct. I almost can't feel the gazes from above like Hermes's and Athena's. Obviously, the stronger the energy from Tartarus was, the weaker the gazes from the heavenly world would be. Other than those he was connected directly through channelings, there were almost no gods or demons who could see Yi and Wu properly. Agaras laughs at the other gods and demons who are frustrated at being unable to see you. Agaras goes to a group of gods and demons who are having a talk about Tartarus and mocks them. The godly society, Olympus, ignores him. The godly society, Asgard, is annoyed at Agares' visit. Agaras seemed to be doing his own thing again. Yi and Wu just swiped it away from the message window because it was annoying. Just when he was spinning his magic circuit to regenerate, Bu slowly lifted his head. Clack, the click of his bones bumping against each other rang out. Did you find something? Open corner bracket after looking into all the ghosts here. Yi and Wu had brought all the scattered ghosts from each ghost monster with him. If not, his subordinates would have faded away already. Open corner bracket it appears. The other Cyclops have gone this way. I see. Yi and Wu brushed himself off and stood up. Bu had been chasing the traces of the rest of the Cyclops, apostles. He had been able to confirm that they had just cleared through all the gates to cross over to Tartarus. If so, they didn't have any time to lose. Should we move again? Kreutz read Yi and Wu's presence and stopped the prayer, sighing heavily. There were deep, dark circles under his eyes. Krrrr. The moment they left the holy light barrier, the gazes of the monsters started to crowd over to them. The other players who had been passing through the gates were already in their stomachs. Their starving stomachs that couldn't be satisfied were desperately looking for their next prey. Yi and Wu had already taken back his subordinates. It was impossible to handle all of those monsters. He had to move quickly while avoiding the monsters to get to his destination. Run, Pat! His party began to run with all their strength. Above Yi and Wu's head, Bu's inferno sight burst open and began to protect them. Quack quack wong. You have cleared the hidden stage, 10 gates. You have accomplished an unbelievable feat. The title, One Who Endured 10 Trials, has been created. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have gained 20,000 karma. You have gained an additional 30,000 karma. Would you like to challenge the second hidden stage? Open hollow corner bracket goodness, to come here as a player. The Cyclops Brontes spoke in a moved voice, looking at the large bronze door in front of him. He had finally arrived at the entrance of Tartarus, the place he wanted to come to no matter the cost. Yi and Wu rubbed the bronze door. This door had similar patterns to what he saw in the Olympus treasury and Poseidon's temple. It was a great door with all kinds of holy paintings on it. However, the holy paintings on it were much more detailed than on the others. He could see the titans and giants plunging into a dark abyss, falling from the white clouds after being hit by Zeus's lightning. There was a being who didn't take its eyes off of Zeus, Poseidon, and Hades even while falling into the abyss. Kronos, the god of time and death and the king of titans, had a more realistic face compared to the other gods. He seemed furious, yet also saddened by his son's betrayal. After the 2 great wars against the Titanomachia and the Gigantomachia, the gods of Olympus locked up the titans and giants who fought against them. Beyond the heavy darkness, beings like Kronos were probably swarming. It was a prison filled with godly beings that a mortal couldn't dare approach. This was also one of the few locations that gods and demons could move freely without their holy territory, so Yi and Wu couldn't help but feel anxious. The same went for Kreutz. The 10th gate was a horrible place that was worse than all the other gates combined. He was even feeling proud of himself for having cleared it. He supposed it was true that nothing was impossible if he worked hard enough. A bitter smile spread across his face as he suddenly remembered what the regiment leader once said. Yi and Wu examined the bronze door with his draconic eyes and turned to look at Brontes. But how do I get past this? No matter how much he pushed it, the bronze door wouldn't budge. He thought it would open automatically because he had received the quest from Persephone, but it didn't budge. That was understandable since it was a door meant to keep in criminals of Olympus. Of course it wouldn't open easily. If it did, the titans and giants would have kicked it down already. Open hollow corner bracket. There's a side entrance only Lord Hades knows. To be exact, it's somewhere only him and those allowed by him can move through. Can you tell me where it is? Open hollow corner bracket. Wait. Brontes closed his eye and muttered a spell. Pat, light flashed around them. When Brontes held his hand out, something resembling a dandelion seed floated around. It was a seed with an ashy atmosphere above the brilliant white light. Open hollow corner bracket. Fortunately, it still works. What is it? Open hollow corner bracket. It's a spirit of the underground. Technically, it's a guide that borrows Lord Hades' strength to lead the way to his location. He originally gave it to us. And it's still possible to summon it. Did he believe that I would come someday? Brontes closed his one eye with a touched face. Tears brimmed in his eyes. He began to speak again, opening his eye. Open hollow corner bracket. Let's not stay here and get moving quickly. Yi and Wu and Kreutz began to follow the spirit. The bronze door seemed infinitely tall. In the place filled with darkness, Yi and Wu continued to observe the holy paintings. Each of the holy paintings was different. Then, the spirit paused. It disappeared, and a small red portal appeared in the bronze door. Yi and Wu and Kreutz looked at each other without saying anything. With a nod, they entered the portal. When the light settled, Yi and Wu was standing alone under a dark sky above a giant ridge. That moment, you have entered the second hidden stage, Tartarus. Warning: this is a prison where Olympus's criminals, the titans and giants, are locked in and under special care by the Bureau. This stage is difficult for players to approach, so a speedy escape is advised. An ominous gaze is reflecting on you. An ominous curse is approaching. The sudden quest Persephone's longtime wish has been updated. Please check the quest window. Walk. Inexplicably, Yi and Wu felt creeped out. The gazes of the titans and giants that had somewhat been blocked by the bronze door were now directly on him. He could feel a bit of emotion from within the gazes. Curiosity, surprise, longing, envy. They were all different gazes, but there was a similarity among all of them. Distrust. What had they seen to make them feel distrust in Yi and Wu? Could it be? Yi and Wu realized that the exact receiver of the gazes wasn't him but the despair and grief of the Black King. Open hollow corner bracket. How are you here? Open hollow corner bracket. Why is his trace here? From far away, he could hear a voice. It was faint, like an echo. Then, Yi and Wu realized that what he was standing on wasn't a ridge but the head of an enormous giant god. Huge eyes that were tens of meters long glared at him. Chapter 312 The King of the Underworld 2. Team. HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 300-012. Yi and Wu instinctively spread his wings of fire apart and soared up into the sky. A bunch of ghosts wrapped around Yi and Wu to protect him. However, what is this? The giant god didn't take any action. Yi and Wu belatedly realized the eyes that were previously fixed on him weren't focused. He didn't feel any life either. The giant god he had been standing on was already a long-dead corpse. Its size is so. The corpse was lying on its long side, but it had been so tall that he thought it was a ridge, and its length seemed to be tens of kilometers. The eyes beamed like the sun and the moon, and the hair on its flesh and limbs made it seem like a forest. From what Yi and Wu knew, even giants weren't that large. Giants were considered large if they were around 20 meters tall. Considering how the last king of giants had been 30 meters tall, this being couldn't be called a giant. Is it the corpse of a titan? Then is Tartarus filled with these beings? Information about titans and giants wasn't well known within the tower either. There weren't many players who could clear the 10 gates in the first place, and even fewer could pass through the bronze door. His brother had also only promised himself to enter Tartarus at a later time. He hadn't gone there himself. It wouldn't be strange for titans and giants to have strange appearances. In the end, they were gods, who couldn't be understood by logic. Yi and Wu flew up higher to examine the corpse more carefully. It was also to look for Kreutz, whom he had lost sight of after entering the portal. He's extremely large. It's weird up here, too. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue as he flew up. The higher he went, the darker it became. He was only able to see because of holy fire and his sharp senses. Tartarus was an abyss, filled only with darkness. When he thought he was high enough, he attempted to release his consciousness. Boom, boom, the ground suddenly began to shake. Along with it, he felt an intense pressure. Quote! Yi and Wu quickly recalled his consciousness. His heart started to pound inside of his chest. His instinct warned him that he would be in danger if he revealed his consciousness here. Instead, he hid his presence as much as possible and turned his body in the other direction. Once again, the world shook up and down. Something was coming towards him through the darkness. As it drew closer, Yi and Wu felt shivers run down his back. A presence comparable to Agaras from the 23rd floor was coming. Athena looks at the same being you are with still eyes. Hermes looks at the same being as you in silence. Agaras clicks his tongue. Hunden is silent. The gazes of the gods and demons who used Yi and Wu as a chess piece became silent. Even Hunden, who didn't show his messages often. That was how great the being's pressure was. Boom. Yi and Wu swallowed. The giant god was almost right next to him now. He was smaller than the corpse of the dead giant god below, but he was still a hefty size. Yi and Wu looked like a fly next to him. Open hollow corner bracket. It should be somewhere around here. The being looked around as if searching for something. His movements were slow because of the size of his body. It took a long time for him to turn his neck. But every time he did, the atmosphere trembled, and the heat exuding from his skin made it hard to breathe. Yi and Wu knew the being was searching for him. His eyes were familiar. It was one of the gazes that had been on him while he was clearing through the gates. He had probably appeared here because he knew Yi and Wu had come. However, he just looked around for a while and wasn't able to find Yi and Wu. Because Yi and Wu was so small compared to him and was hiding his presence, it wouldn't be easy to find him. However, that wasn't a relief for Yi and Wu. If he moved in the slightest, it was likely the being would discover him immediately. He couldn't stay there. It was only a matter of time before more beings would come to find him. What should I do? Should I attack first? Yi and Wu held and released Vigrid with hesitation. He knew his attack wouldn't have any effect. Still, he thought he would be able to stall for time. He thought that it would be better to attack and run away than to be a sitting duck. Yi and Wu swallowed and activated his draconic eyes. He could see a few flaws. However, they were near non-existent. The closer one was to perfection, the greater the level of one's existence. It was difficult to make out the flaws of such a being. After inputting magic power into his draconic eyes, he was able to see a clump of flaws around the being's right breast. Yi Yanwu tightened his hold on Vigrid. He only had one chance. He needed to activate all his authorities and attack the being instantly. If not, that was the end. His eyes were red with anxiety. Just then, he could feel the being's gaze turn towards the opposite direction. Yi Yanwu's eyes widened. Now, suddenly, open hollow corner bracket you foolish bastard. Open speaking rang in Yi Yanwu's ear. His body was swept aside. Sweck, that was when the giant god turned to look in Yi Yanwu's direction. He looked around and muttered to himself. Open hollow corner bracket, did I feel wrong? The giant god narrowed his eyes and began to walk again. Open hollow corner bracket, this place must not be it. Did he run away already? Judging that Yi Yanwu wasn't there, the giant god looked away again and started to move. Boom, quote. Yi Yanwu stood up only once the footsteps had faded away. The being was so large that it took a while for its footsteps to disappear. You attempted to attack a titan. To none other than Persis, at that. You foolhardy bastard. The one who rescued Yi Yanwu crumpled his face after realizing there wasn't any danger. Do you know how complicated things almost became because of you? Quote. Yi Yanwu stayed silent. There were about 10 people in the group around him. All of them were warriors with bronze armor and gear. Each of their auras was outstanding. The one who seemed to be the commander even had a divine atmosphere around him. Pluto was a group of warriors under Hades who protected the underground and stopped the titans and giants who tried to break through the bronze door. They may have looked like ordinary warriors on the surface, but each and every one of them had a level that could match a lower-level superior beings. Yi Yanwu realized he had survived thanks to them. The Persis whom the commander had spoken about was a titan who symbolized destruction. If Yi Yanwu clashed with him, things would have gotten out of control. Still, it's a relief you're safe. Are you injured anywhere? Just then, Kreutz jumped out from behind Pluto and examined Yi Yanwu. When Yi Yanwu nodded, Kreutz sighed in relief. It seemed like he had been discovered and rescued before Yi Yanwu. The commander confirmed that the giant god Persis was gone once more and turned back to Yi Yanwu. It was hard to tell what he looked like because he was wearing armor, but his eyes were intense. Anyways, I don't know how you received the help of the spirit that His Majesty gave to the Cyclops Brontes, but you are related to him, correct? Yes, that's right, Yi Yanwu nodded. His Majesty has ordered me to bring you to him safely. However, this is the territory of the Titans. If they catch us, we're done for, so follow me carefully. Yi Yanwu's eyes widened. By His Majesty, are you talking about Hades? It seemed like the missing Hades was still in Tartarus. The commander frowned. Don't speak his name in vain, player. He has taken his hands off the tower for a while now, but he's not someone who you guys can. I've brought a message from Persephone. Please let me meet Hades. Quote. From Lady Persephone. The commander was about to become angry but paused. A player who had come on the Queen's request. If so, he needed to lead them as respectfully as possible. He seemed unsatisfied, but there was nothing he could do. The commander turned around stiffly. Anyways, follow me. Fortunately, it seemed like things would proceed smoothly. Yi Yanwu and Kreutz began to follow Pluto. The commander called himself Ray. He was the chief of the 19th squad out of the 24 corps. Yi Yanwu knew the names of most of the gods and demons, but it was a name he had never heard before. I suppose that makes sense. The only thing known about each godly society is which greater gods leads it. Obviously, each of the societies, like Olympus, Asgard, and L'Infernal comprised many beings. Not only did the societies have gods, but they also had the subordinate gods to the gods and the soldiers below them. The scale of the upper world was incredibly vast. However, in most cases, their names weren't known, or they weren't famous even if their names were known. It was because they weren't memorable enough to the players of the lower world. Ray was one of those beings. Still, because he belonged to the heavenly world, he had a holiness about him as well. Yi Yanwu couldn't imagine how strong he was. However, is he stronger than Seasongnam? People who had holiness meant they had become supernatural. It was a peak that all mortals wished to reach. Although no player had gotten this far, other than Alpharon, when Yi Yanwu compared Ray to the Martial King, he didn't think Ray was stronger. Of course, it could have been because Ray hadn't released his holiness around him, but the Martial King hadn't shown his full strength either. He hadn't used his full power even when he was fighting the Summer Queen. Just what is the standard for holiness? Is it not something you can gain just because your level is higher? Yi and Wu's eyes deepened. Or is there something preventing you from getting it? Yi and Wu continued to walk as he pondered these thoughts. What are you looking at? Ray felt Yi and Wu's gaze on him and turned back to look at him. It's nothing. Yi and Wu shook his head firmly. Ray snorted and looked forward again. I'll say this in advance, but I don't like you players that much. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. Can I know why? Why? There are a lot of reasons why. This battlefield where we fight our entire lives for our beliefs is just a playground and training ground for you guys. Quote. Yi and Wu shut his mouth. It seemed like he was talking about the players who crossed over into Tartarus after clearing the 10 gates. They came here to raise their skills, risking their lives. However, that was only what the players thought. How would that look to those who considered this place the battleground of their lives? Only you guys think of this place as easy. Even Olympus in the heavenly world doesn't dare think that. Everyone who comes here dies because they are weak or runs away once they think they've learned something worthwhile. How can we like them? Quote. Moreover, at the moment, each soldier is important to us. But because of you, 10 of us had to come to this dangerous place. Just know that I'm not saying any more than this because you're Lady Persephone's messenger and you know where Cyclops Brontes is. It was a warning for him not to die futilely and to know his place and stay low. It sounded like he was being rude because he was here first, but Yi and Wu could feel the bitterness and urgency behind his words. Is that how bad the situation is? Just when Yi and Wu's eyes settled deeply. Open hollow corner bracket stop. Ray suddenly paused, using open speaking towards the party. Just when Yi and Wu was wondering what was going on. Kwang, the ground they were walking on suddenly crumbled, and a giant god popped out. Open hollow corner bracket I found you. It was the Titan Persis, who had just been searching for Yi and Wu. He smiled evilly and stretched his hand out to where Yi and Wu was. Run away, Kwang! Ray shouted frantically and held up his shield. Holy power was released in front of him, causing smoke to whirl around. However, the Titan Persis was one who could somewhat hold a battle with Hades. He wasn't someone that a lower level being like Ray could block. Ray couldn't hold him for long and became a bloodied mess, then disappeared. Open hollow corner bracket where are you trying to go? The giant god didn't stop there and waved his arms to catch his target, Yi and Wu. Strong winds blew around them like a tornado. Pluto frantically stepped in front of Yi and Wu. They looked ready to die in battle. Yi and Wu clenched his teeth and released his authorities. No, he tried to. The channelings were blocked, like they were covered by something. The channeling with Athena is weak. The stigmata of the goddess is dissipating. The channeling with Ceto is weaker. The Sea King Stone has failed to activate. The channeling with Agaras is weak. High Unction Axel is dissipating. Agaras is furious. The only authority that worked was awakening his dragon body. While he was hoping that the 72 Bianan wave of fire would work for a while, the being's great shadow was right above his head. That moment, krrrng, blue light gathered in the dark sky and turned into lightning, landing in the face of the giant god. The giant god screamed and stepped back. He covered his face with his hands as blood spurted like a fountain from his injuries. And in front of him, a god swung his sword, wearing bronze armor that emitted an ashy. The darkness simmered like fire, hugging him like it was protecting him, then stretched out around him like spiderwebs. He was way smaller than the Titan, but the aura around him was greater than the giant god's. Every time he swung his sword, a more powerful strength than Poseidon spread out. Yi and Wu realized who it was right away. A superior god who had been born as the oldest out of the 6 brothers, including Zeus, but had thrown away the throne of Olympus for his little brothers. Hades, the king of the underworld, had come. Chapter 313 The King of the Underworld. Team, HH, Thursdays, Yahiko 1/12. Open hollow corner bracket Hades. You dare, Kwang. Hades swung his sword roughly. All he did was swing it in the air, but it seemed like the sky would split with every stroke. The tightly condensed darkness fell in a downpour, and the heat that arose from it lashed at Persis. Yi and Wu stood and looked at the scene blankly. There are no flaws. Complete perfection. The slight flaws he had seen within Hermes and Athena weren't present in Hades. Was that the strength of a true, superior god? The impact of every stroke shook Tartarus up and down, and he felt like his mind would be destroyed just from looking at it. As always, if it weren't for his cold-blooded trait, he wouldn't have been able to endure it. God. Yi and Wu was able to know what that word meant after seeing Hades. All laws and principles were moving around Hades. A message has arrived from Hermes. Message. It's been a while seeing uncle like that. Has it been about 700 years? A message has arrived from Hermes. Message. It wasn't just me. Ares and Heracles were also enamored with his strength in the beginning. My sister Athena was his biggest fan. A message has arrived from Athena. Message. Would you shut up? The being who was able to surprise the goddess of wisdom and war. Hades was proving that he was indeed the oldest of the gods of Olympus. You dare. Did you ask me if I dare? Perseus stretched his hand out to grab Hades while he easily avoided it. Perseus, you've finally gone crazy. You grew bigger after consuming Kronos' corpse. Have you grown bolder too? You think you're Kronos, huh? Hades gripped his sword tighter. URRRG. The darkness sent through his arm turned his sword pitch black. I must wake you up from those delusions first. Quack. Hades brought his sword down. The blade drew a line from Perseus's right shoulder to his lower body. Quoo. The body of the giant god burst into flames. Something began to flow from his injuries. As black smoke wafted, his abnormally large body shrank, like a deflating balloon. Open hollow corner bracket no. No. The giant god squirmed to hold onto the smoke somehow. Perseus tried to heal his injuries with holy power, but Hades swung his sword again, not giving him the opportunity. Every time the sword flashed, the amount of black smoke that crept out increased. It filled the air around them. What is that? Yi and Wu looked at the black smoke silently. He knew it was the power that made the Titan abnormally larger and caused the strange occurrences in Tartarus. But, why is it so familiar? Just when Yi and Wu's face turned stiff. Brr. The despair and grief of the Black King suddenly cried out. Yi and Wu looked for the reason why. Kwang. Hades brought down his final blow. Then, Perseus's head was cut off, soaring through the air. It was frightening to see the massive head fly. A black bead-like object was left where he had been. What a rat-like bastard. Did he get away during that time? Hades snorted, then flicked his finger to destroy the black bead. He turned his body to where Yi and Wu was. Quote exclamation mark quote. Despite the distance, right when they made eye contact. Pat. Hades arrived right in front of Yi and Wu in the blink of an eye. He looked much more sneering up close. Yi and Wu stepped back in surprise and tried to move his hand towards Vigrid, but his body froze, and he couldn't move. Although Hades didn't release much of his aura, Yi and Wu felt like his soul was being squeezed. Yi and Wu had met Poseidon and many other gods, but Yi and Wu was able to use his trait to stay calm. But in front of Hades, he couldn't. The trait didn't activate, his body didn't move, as if he had lost control over it. Hades was superior to all the gods and demons he had met so far. However, I don't like it. Yi and Wu's face crumpled. Being held over like this by someone else was quite unpleasant. He activated time difference and quickly woke up his cells through his magic circuit in the slowed down world. Then, when Hades opened his mouth, Yi and Wu was able to regain his composure after time began to flow normally. He could stand in front of Hades confidently. Hermes nods in satisfaction. Athena looks at you with a warm gaze. Agares giggles. Hundon is silent. For a moment, Hades's eyes shined keenly. There are many faces I missed. Are you a child cherished by my brother's children? Agares, it's been a while since I saw that demon king. And Hades's sentence faded away as he looked Yi and Wu up and down. Yi and Wu felt like everything about him was being revealed. Then, Hades's gaze stopped at his black bracelet and sabaton. The despair and grief of the Black King rang out in response. However, it was quite different from what he usually felt. They were shaking roughly in anger. And his inheritances. A corner of Hades's mouth curved. In a way, it looked like he was smirking, but it also looked like a bitter smile. I thought you just brought Persephone's message, but you're a more interesting child than I thought. Hades chuckled. And the human that's over there has quite an interesting toy. He glanced back at Kreutz, who was gasping for breath with the holy sword Zulfikar. Kreutz's eyes were shaking under his helm. Then, Hades shouted at the members of Dis Pluto, who were prostrating on the ground. We're returning to the temple. You have successfully completed the sudden quest Persephone's longtime wish. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have earned 10,000 karma. You have earned an additional 15,000 karma. As rewards, you have earned the Ring of Life Persephone's holy artifact, Blessing of Spring Persephone's blessing, and Judgment Division Persephone's authority. The quest Persephone had given was to meet Hades and confirm if he was alive or dead. Since he had met Hades, the news would have been successfully delivered to Persephone. Thanks to that, a message that he completed the quest popped up. A ring wrapped in light came floating down above Yi and Wu's palm. It was a ring made of wildflowers. Persephone's holy artifact, the Ring of Life. Yi and Wu confirmed the rewards. Ring of Life. Category: Ring. Rank: Holy Artifact. Summary: a gift the goddess of spring, seedlings, and the underground, Persephone, gave to the one who found her husband in her stead. Vivid energy of life spins around it, so just by wearing it, your exhaustion will be relieved. Also, it adds buffs the soul of the user. Soul life. The strong vestiges within humans can turn the soul into various colors. These colors will be purified to cleanse the mind and eases you of detrimental stimuli. It has the effect of lowering the exhaustion stacked up inside of you from 20% to 40%. Soul growth. To mortals, who will die no matter what, souls are a forbidden territory that is hard to reach. This has the effect of stimulating the soul continually to help realize the meaning within it. Authority of the use of soul power and soul pressure is given. The moment that Yi and Wu wore the Ring of Life, he could feel the pressure in his body that he didn't know he had disappear. Tartarus was a prison designed to hold gods. Of course it would be a challenging environment for mortals to roam freely in. Kreutz was moving comparatively freely with the holy power given from Zulfikar. However, Yi and Wu was different. He had the despair and grief of the Black King, but neither of them helped to ease the pressure of Tartarus. He was receiving greater pressure than most because of his draconic, demonic, and divine blessings. The Ring of Life stimulated his soul and gave vitality to it, helping him relieve the pressure. In other words, the authority to move freely in and out of Tartarus had been given. Also, because it could help on other floors as well, it was a generous gift. It was an outstanding reward that wasn't lacking in any aspect. However, you lack the qualifications to view the Blessing of Spring, Persephone's Blessing, and Judgment Division. You must satisfy the new conditions to view them. Only the names of the other two rewards given with the Ring of Life popped up, along with a label that said, unable to be viewed. There was something Persephone said before he had entered the gates. The quest window says that 3 rewards will be given, but you will most likely only be able to use the Ring of Life after you meet my husband. What is the reason for that? The Ring of Life is a present that I'm gathering my holy power to give you, so you will definitely be able to use it. However, the other two are different. It is because of the different environment of Tartarus. Persephone's explanation was simple. Tartarus was cut off from the outside. It was said to be the only area that the heavenly world of the 98th floor couldn't access. That's probably why all of my other authorities other than Dragon Body Awakening dissipated. Although his channeling connected with Athena, Agaras, Hundun, his authorities had failed for the same reason. Then what should I do to unlock the 2 rewards? You'll probably have to be acknowledged by Hades. Tartarus is pretty much my husband's holy territory. It meant he had 2 options, being acknowledged by Hades or leaving Tartarus. Just then, ding, a continuation quest has been created. Another message popped up again. Yi and Wu checked the quest. Continuation quest, Persephone's desperate wish. Summary: you have succeeded in finding Hades, as Persephone so desperately requested of you. However, Hades isn't in the best situation. The war with the Titans and Giants has been prolonged, and Tartarus has become ruins in many areas. Help Hades here, be acknowledged by him, and support him so he can return to his original temple. Only then will you be able to view the details of the blessing of spring and the authority judgment division. Conditions to be satisfied: Hades' acknowledgement, Hades' return. Time limit: none. Rewards: 1. Blessing of spring qualification. 2. Authority judgment division qualification. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue. Nothing's ever easy. Persephone had guessed that Hades was tied up and had hidden a continuation quest. If he wanted her blessing and authority, he had to help Hades. She had acted like she would give him all the rewards after he found Hades, but the last condition was hidden. Yi and Wu laughed. Actually, he did want Persephone's blessing and authority, but he wasn't desperate for them. His connections were cut off right now, but there were still many gods and demons who wanted to make provisional contracts with him by giving him their authorities. Of them, many things were similar to or even better than what Persephone offered. However, Yi and Wu wasn't angry. She must have been quite worried about her husband to do this. Although players probably couldn't be of much help to gods, she still wanted her husband to have all the help he could get. He understood her desperate wish better than anyone, so he didn't want to nitpick. And I have to stay behind here anyway. Because he hadn't found the other two Cyclops brothers, Yi and Wu had to stay behind in Tartarus to help Hades. Only then would he be able to unseal the pocket watch. However, it won't be easy. He clicked his tongue, seeing ruins as he followed Hades and Pluto. Although Tartarus was normally a place of darkness void of life, it looked nightmarish. There were traces of battle everywhere, with corpses of gods scattered on the ground. Most of the Hades's garrisons seemed to be crushed or unsalvageable. Just then, far away, he could see Hades's temple. However, it was hard to call it a temple because of how deserted it was for one of the three greater gods of Olympus. Had he read Yi and Wu's eyes? You're not asking anything, even though you must be quite curious. Hades chuckled, looking at Yi and Wu. It was a cynical laugh. Yi and Wu had felt this on the journey here, but Hades had a cold personality. Chapter 314 The King of the Underworld. Team. HH. Thursdays, Yahiko 2/12. Yi and Wu eyes met Hades's. They were dark, and it was hard to read what he was thinking. All the gods and demons Yi and Wu had met so far were true to their feelings. They all laughed, expressed anger, or had an unreadable smile. There was a pattern to their faces. But the cold smile on Hades's face was different. It was deep. Yi and Wu felt like his soul would be sucked in just by looking at it. It was like Tartarus itself. For a moment, Yi and Wu wondered why Hades was asking a question like this. However, it'll be best to pick a question well. Quote. I prioritize fair trade over all. Trust, respect, what does all that matter? It's all useless, giving as much as one receives. You can make deals in that manner. I'm asking you to trade because I also have a question for you. Yi and Wu nodded. He could tell what kind of beliefs and personality Hades had. Who was the giant in the place where I arrived? The corpse of the giant had been kilometers long. Perseus was huge too, but compared to the corpse, he was nothing. The corpse was like a mountain. So, that's what you're going to ask. Hades smirked. Kronos. Yi and Wu widened his eyes. Do you know Kronos? Isn't he the king of the Titans? That is so, and he's also the father Zeus, Poseidon, and I locked up. The horrible father who ate his own children. The legends of Olympus began with the king of the gods, Kronos, eating his children. He heard a prophecy that one child would take his position, and he began to swallow them as they were born. However, his wife, Rhea, couldn't bear to see such an atrocity happen and hid the youngest, Zeus. Zeus grew up away from everyone else and returned to challenge Kronos. Kronos vomited all the children he had swallowed, and they became Zeus's trustworthy allies. They were Hades, Poseidon, Hestia, Hera, and Demeter. After the long war, the brothers succeeded in locking Kronos and his supporters, the Titans, in Tartarus. That meant that Kronos was the beginning of the Olympian legends and their greatest villain. But, such a being died. Could a god also die? And also, wasn't Kronos the Black King? So far, all the gods hadn't called the Black King by his name. They only referred to him as he. Hermes said it was because of the pledge of the Styx River. But with the way things were, his expectations may have been wrong. You seem to be wondering how such a being can die. That is correct, I suppose you would, since we stole time from him. Quote. It means we stole everything he had. To become a complete god, you need absolute immortality, and people with immortality need time. Isn't a true god a being who rules over time? But then he went and left like that. He died. The god of time and death. Was he saying that because they had taken time from him, only death remained? And thanks to that, I was able to receive a part of the death. And anyways, that's what happened. Hades waved his hand as if he didn't want to speak about it any further. However, Yi and Wu didn't miss it. Hades had looked him up and down quickly, as if he was trying to find something. From me, what? But Hades must have thought he couldn't learn much from Yi and Wu and continued to speak again. Then, I'll ask a question now. Yes, sir. Did you hear anything else from Persephone? Yi and Wu thought of when he left Persephone's holy territory. The entirety of my task was to look for where you were. Is that so? I see. Hades smiled bitterly. It was the first emotion that Yi and Wu saw behind that cold smile. Yi and Wu thought he looked somewhat lonely. Ask your next question. That was the end of your question just now. So, Hades looked as if he was asking Yi and Wu what the problem was. Yi and Wu swallowed. Hades had just said himself that he prioritized fair trade overall. Was that how much he valued Persephone's message? It's nothing. You say a lot of useless things. Quickly ask your next question. Then, is the eternal battle tiring? The second question. Yi and Wu had already seen the battlefield, but he wanted to hear it from Hades's perspective. The battle. Hoo-hoo. The battle. Hades smirked and laughed. If you can call it a battle. The laugh became a cold smile. To be exact, it was a smile turned against himself. Tartarus is already on the verge of destruction. That was how Hades's explanation began. Hundreds of years ago, he had first come to Tartarus because of strange things happening there. The situation wasn't much better than the one back then. Didn't you think that the first titan you saw, Perseus, was abnormally large? Even though he's a god, he shouldn't have been that big or had that much soul power. Yi and Wu thought of the giant god's body that was high enough to reach the sky and nodded heavily. It's because he absorbed Kronos' holy power. Kronos' holy power had not disappeared just because he died. The titans and giants who seeked revenge looked for ways to understand how to use Kronos' inheritance, and they had found something. Their abnormal size was only a side effect of that. Then is the black smoke that I saw Kronos' holy power. He thought of the smoke that was exuded from Perseus' body when Hades attacked him. It's not easy to deal with criminals who have an old king's holy power. I continued to lose territory as they stole the power, and now, I'm only left with this place. Hades muttered to himself, thinking about how ironic it was to have the prison taken over by its inmates. So, Yi and Wu recalled the exhausted faces of Pluto. They were soldiers who expected the titans and giants to soon take over Tartarus. What will happen if they do? This time, it was time for Hades to ask his question. Human, what is the reason you have come here? Yi and Wu paused and looked directly at Hades as he spoke. To retrieve Kaini. Yes, sir. Hades laughed again. He was flabbergasted. How funny. Do you know what that even means? Yi and Wu didn't look away from Hades. It means that you'll be a part of me. You'll become my shadow and be the apostle that leads all my followers. Can you do that? Hades narrowed his eyes. Like how I cannot accept you, it seems you don't have a single intention of serving anyone. Am I correct? Yi and Wu didn't say anything. He just continued to look at Hades. He would have tried to look for another option under normal circumstances. Even as Hades spoke about rejecting him, the way he was acting was different. What an amusing human, you don't react much either. With his arms on the armrests of the throne, Hades looked down at Yi and Wu loftily. You said you wanted Kaini. Then I'll tell you the conclusion first. It's impossible, not because I don't want to but because I don't have Kaini. Yi and Wu's eyes became bigger. That means, I'm saying it's broken, since a long time ago, when I fought with Typhon, the king of giants, if Kaini was still here. I wonder if we would have been defeated this one-sidedly. Quote. Like how Astrape shot lightning bolts, symbolizing Zeus, and Triana caused tornadoes, symbolizing Poseidon, Kaini emanated a heavy darkness and slowly pushed enemies toward death. It could also hide the presence of its owner and end the lives of its enemies without any sound. Hades was currently using a sword instead of Kaini, but he couldn't use his holy power to the fullest with just the sword. He always felt something was missing without the holy artifact by his side. If only he had the helm he used to bring Kronos down, the situation wouldn't have developed like this. No, if only all the Cyclops had been gathered. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. What do you mean? I'm saying that if the 3 Cyclops brothers who gave me Kaini had gathered, Kaini could be created again. Quote exclamation mark quote. However, with only one present, that's not possible. URNG. The despair of the Black King trembled. Brontes was screaming after he heard what Hades said. Yi and Wu pressed his bracelet down as he spoke. Only one. Didn't Steropus and Argus get here safely? This time, Hades was the surprised one. How do you know that? However, it's as I said. The first, Brontes, went missing on the way here, and the second Steropus, died from a Titan attack. Right now, only Argus is left behind, and he's helping us as much as he can. But there are limits to what he can do himself. Kaini was an item that was created by all the brothers together. His abilities aren't like before, either. The black bracelet began to tremble violently. Brontes was crying at the fact that his second brother was dead. Nonetheless, if I can use this well. Yi and Wu thought that things might go smoother than he thought. Hades, are you saying that if the 3 Cyclops brothers are gathered, Kaini can be restored? and that you will gain the upper hand in the war. Hades couldn't read what Yanwu was thinking and furrowed his eyebrows. That is so, but the battle won't be turned completely. There is a method to make things better than they are now, even though I didn't want to use that. But what are you talking about? Then, if I solve that problem, can you give me Kaini in return after the war is over? What in the world are you talking about? Please just give me an affirmation. Will you give me Kaini even if I don't become your apostle? Hades's face crumpled. Fine, if you want, I'll give it to you. I swear on my name. But if you can't keep your promise, you won't meet a good end. You've sworn on your name. Then please call Argus over to here. With an item of Sterapis. Quote. Hades looked at Yanwu with dissatisfaction after he cut him off, but he assumed that Yanwu could do something based on his confident eyes. What was he trying to do? He couldn't read Yanwu's mind. He guessed Yanwu would do something with the authority of the Black King, but he didn't know what exactly. He was also a god of death, but all he did was punish the dead. He couldn't imagine doing anything else with them. However, it couldn't hurt to try, and if Yanwu had humiliated him, it wasn't too late to punish him later. Hades clapped his hands to summon a servant to bring the Cyclops Argus, along with an item of his dead brother, Sterapis. Then, he looked at Yanwu silently. A player with an item of his. Hades didn't plan on becoming angry as Poseidon had. He considered what he did back then a mistake. Yet even if he could return to back then, he would do the same thing. He was able to be where he was today as a result of his actions back then. All his authorities were from him, like the titans and giants. Just then, the door opened, and Argus slowly walked in. Like Pluto, his face was exhausted from the long war. He held old anvils in both hands. Did you call for me? Argus, put those items down in front of that player over there. Yes, sir. Argus carefully put down the anvils in front of Yanwu without question. From now, I'll allow you to meet your brothers. What? Yanwu stretched his hand out for the anvils, looking at Argus's dead eyes. Argus was about to ask him what he was doing. Walk. Suddenly, a ray of light spread around them, and a soul appeared in front of Argus. Argus's single eye widened. The face he wanted to see was now right in front of him. Open hollow corner bracket Argus. B brother. Open hollow corner bracket. Why are you so thin? Why did things get so bad? Is it really you, brother? Open hollow corner bracket. Finally, after 200 years we will be able to be together. Argus's eye widened. Then, Summon of the Dead has been activated. Who would you like to summon? Sterapis. A blue light began to shine. Chapter 315 The King of the Underworld 5. Open hollow corner bracket. Where is? Sterapis couldn't tell where he was. He occasionally felt himself floating around without being tied up anywhere. The sudden return to reality was a shock to him. And, this isn't possible. Hades burst up from his throne with a flustered face for the first time. According to what he knew, it was impossible for a soul to be used in that way. He was a god of death, not a god who ruled over death. Also, moving souls in the way one desired was against laws and principles. Gods were beings who enforced rules, not broke them. The fact that Yanwu was able to do such a thing was. Hades plopped down on his throne with a sigh. His wrinkled forehead showed his conflicting state of mind. At the same time, albeit for a short while, countless emotions swept through his eyes. Jealousy, envy, even greed. Hermes smiles bitterly, looking at his uncle. Athena looks at her uncle with still eyes. Quote. Don't look at me like that. It's humiliating to be compared to that idiot Poseidon. Hades knew that his niece and nephew were looking at him through their channeling with Yanwu. And that they were watching warily in case he tried to hurt Yanwu. He snorted. He acknowledged that he made a mistake, but he didn't have any regrets. Also, he didn't care about something continuing, his power. He was already gone from this world. There was no need to be stuck in the past. Also, he knew what the children of Hermes's generation thought of him, so he wasn't displeased by their gazes. He was just irritated at being compared to Poseidon, the simple fool who crushed anything he didn't like. Hermes smiles mysteriously at his uncle. Athena nods at her uncle. Anyways, Hades narrowed his eyes. So that's how you're using his power. Incredible. The Black King's power broke the laws of nature. That, in itself, was a miracle that exceeded what a god could do. It was the power that went beyond a greater god's, the power of a primordial god or a conceptual god. Hades looked at Yanwu with observant eyes. Meanwhile, Yi and Wu had been focusing on the conversation between the three Cyclops and missed the exchange between Hades and his niece and nephew. Open hollow corner bracket Sterapus. Open hollow corner bracket brother. Brontes quickly ran to Sterapus and hugged him tightly. Sterapus muttered to himself with a blank face, and then his face turned to one of surprise. Open hollow corner bracket brother. Open hollow corner bracket yes. Sterapus. How are you in this condition? Even you. Open hollow corner bracket brother. Ah, open hollow corner bracket even our youngest. The three Cyclops brothers hugged each other, tears dripping down their faces. It was a reunion they didn't think would come after they split up 200 years ago. They remained like that for a while, crying. Brontes and Sterapus were dead souls and didn't have any tears to shed anyway, but their sadness could be perceived. Sterapus. Then, Yi and Wu stepped up. A part of him was crying as well. The union of dead brothers. That was his greatest wish. He wished it was him and his brother in that position. He also thought it wasn't going to be long until he achieved it. He felt sorry for interrupting their reunion, but there were things that needed to be done first. Sterapus turned around. He recognized Yi and Wu as the one who called him to this place. His gaze immediately sunk. Open hollow corner bracket so you are the human who called me here. Yes, sir. Open hollow corner bracket a power that breaks the laws of nature and creates new ones. You must be his descendant. Sterapus was the one among the three brothers who had mastered theology. This field was occasionally called philosophy sometimes, and all his words were so unclear that it was hard to understand them. Open hollow corner bracket bad fate is still fate. It's also due to the result of the principles of causality that we brothers could meet like this. All right, why have you called me here? You may have already felt this, but you can't stay here for long. So I'll get to the point. Yi and Wu explained the situation in Tartarus shortly and why Kaini was needed for Dis Pluto to turn the tables. He said it was only possible after the three Cyclops brothers gathered again. Sterapus listened to Yi and Wu while sitting down, and he organized his thoughts after closing his eyes. Then, he opened his eyes slowly and spoke. Open hollow corner bracket that means I have to stay here for some time. Yes, that is so. Open hollow corner bracket and to do that, I must be bound to you. Yi and Wu nodded. Sterapus had a conflicted face for a moment. A holy being shouldn't be bound to a mere human. Also, the remnant of the Black King Yi and Wu had inherited was a mortal enemy of the brothers. He was displeased at the fact that he had to follow Yi and Wu's orders. Open hollow corner bracket Sterapus. Just then, Brontes gripped Sterapus's shoulder. Open hollow corner bracket what happened in the past is all in the past. And that child is him. You are dead now, so why are you still caught up in the past? Open hollow corner bracket brother. Open hollow corner bracket also. Brontes's eyes were dark. Open hollow corner bracket I don't want us to be split up again. Argus nodded firmly next to him. His exhausted face looked determined. It was the determination not to lose his two brothers again. From the time when they were born, they were abused and bullied because of their strange appearances. They were discarded by the world. And so, they were the world to each other. It wasn't an option for them to be split any longer. In the end, Sterapus accepted the persuasion of his brothers. He looked at Yi and Wu with a deep gaze. Open hollow corner bracket fine, human. I'm only accepting because it sounds too good to be true, but I accept to be bound to you. Yi and Wu nodded. However, Sterapus spoke flatly, as if he was telling Yi and Wu not to be too happy. Open hollow corner bracket however, I have one condition. I'm different from my kind brother. I swear on the Styx River that if you try to ignore these conditions I give after you become my master, I'll destroy my own soul to refuse your orders. Please speak. Open hollow corner bracket the moment I am bound, I'll follow your orders. However, that's only for things related to Kaini, justice, and order. If you try to use me for your own greed, that won't happen. Yi and Wu spoke assuredly. Open hollow corner bracket. Sterapus glared at Yi and Wu for a while. It was hard to read his hard eyes. Open hollow corner bracket fine. Let's begin the contract. He nodded. Yi and Wu held his hand out to him. He had guaranteed Sterapus that he wouldn't use him for personal gain, but actually, Yi and Wu didn't care about that too much. They had no idea. The constraints of the soul collection were that they couldn't do anything according to their own will. Once you're bound, that's the end. He could hear Shannon muttering, another one's been caught. Flap flap, to himself, but Yi and Wu ignored it. After the contract was finished. Open hollow corner bracket from a lowly soul to a monster portent. It's beyond lacking compared to my godly body, but this isn't too bad of an upgrade. Starapus muttered to himself after checking his body's condition. Argus looked overjoyed that his brothers were here, even though they were only souls. Also, you have succeeded in binding an outstanding godly being. You have achieved an unbelievable feat. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have gained 10,000 karma. You have gained an additional 15,000 karma. The sudden quest, Helm of Darkness, has been created. Yi and Wu check the new continuation quest of Persephone's longtime wish. Sudden quest, Helm of Darkness. Summary. The King of Giants, Typhon, has found a way to take the energy of the dead Kronos, and he has increased the combative power of the Titans and the Giants. The Titans, having become larger, started to plunder parts of the lands to take over Tartarus. Due to this, Hades and Dis Pluto suffered from continued losses and were forced to retreat into the Temple of the Underground. While the Temple of the Underground was surrounded by enemies, threatened by the danger of being taken over, you appeared. When you gathered the scattered 3 Cyclops brothers, you were able to find a way to increase the power of the Dis Pluto. First, you have to regain Hades's power. Help the 3 Cyclops brothers to create the holy artifact, Kine. Once you have finished this holy artifact, you will receive great admiration from Hades. Conditions. Gather materials for Kine. Apotus scale 30/45. Catherine liquid 0/5. Silent conch 12/300. Creating Kine. Refining 0%. Smelting 0%. Cleansing 0%. Sea grafting 0%. Overall progress 0%. Rewards. Hades's affinity +150. Title. Artisan. Authority to use the holy artifact, Kine. It's up. Kine was one of the most powerful holy artifacts. Just by attempting to create it, he would gain an incredible amount of karma and rewards. Yi and Wu especially focused on the title, Artisan. It was the title that only 5 people in the tower had earned, including Hinava, Brahm, and Victoria. If he could acquire this, I'll be able to view more information about the pocket watch. A title given by the tower wasn't something to be taken lightly. It was something only given to those who reached the pinnacles in their respective fields. However, there was something that worried him. I don't have many of the required materials. When he looked back at Hades, a cold smile returned to his face. There's something we need to deal with before we can fix Kine. Argus's face turned ashen after realizing what Hades was going to say. Yi and Wu clicked his tongue after guessing what Hades wanted. Kine is an outstanding artifact and requires precious materials to make. However, as you know already, we are severely lacking in soldiers and resources. There's no way we'll have any of the materials. Even if we did, we can't afford to use them for it. Yi and Wu nodded in understanding. Even if it was for Kine, they couldn't give him the resources needed for the war. That meant, I'll have to get them myself. Hades nodded with the same cold smile still on his face. That is correct. He might have looked arrogant for someone asking for help, but Yi and Wu was familiar with that particular attitude. Those who were exhausted mentally to the extreme from a long war. They lived with bitterness and cold smiles on their faces, but some didn't let go of hope until the end. That was Hades right now. It would have been nice if Kine was created. But he didn't look like he would be disappointed even if it didn't work out. Hades nodded with the cold smile still on his face. Yes, and we don't have much time. The Titans and Giants are ready to attack anytime, and Kronos' energy is almost completely gone. Do it in that time. I will. Yi and Wu's eyes flashed. No, I have to. Hades raised a corner of his mouth. It was a different expression from the cold smile he had shown. It contained the appearance of a warrior ready for combat. He might have looked like that in the past when he fought with Kronos. Good. I wish you success, descendant of the Black King. Then, pat. Black light scattered around him, and the world around Yi and Wu changed. The trial of the hidden stage, Tartarus, has been paused by Hades's authority. You have gained the title, Hades's representative. You are being transported to the 31st floor. Chapter 316 Letter of Friendship 1. Today, there was a commotion in the village because of Sesha. Brahm chuckled as he sat down next to the bed where Ananta was sitting. During this time, he always sat next to his daughter and made small talk with her. He hadn't been able to stay with her for a long time, so he wanted to be next to her now. 3 boys got into a fistfight about who was going to be Sesha's boyfriend. Haha, who does she take after to be so popular? Brahm glanced at his daughter from the fruits he was cutting. Ananta was looking out the window with blank eyes. For a moment, sadness filled Brahm's face, but he didn't express it. In these cases, usually, the parents would defuse the fight. But here, the parents cheered them on in the background to win. I've been here for over a year now, but there are so many interesting people here. Anyways, after that ruckus, what happened after was a sight to see. After he finished cutting the fruit, Brahm stabbed it with a fork and placed it in Ananta's hand. But the fork fell out of her hand and into the blanket. Knowing she still had a long recovery ahead of her, Brahm carefully fed his daughter the piece of fruit. Ananta opened her mouth slightly and began to nibble at the fruit. It was an extremely slow process. It was a wonder how she was able to swallow it. So one of them barely won and tried to confess to Sesha, but Sesha rejected him, saying he was ugly. She did the same thing to the other two. The three boys were left crying. It was a mess. They didn't cry after losing the fight. Goodness. Love is pretty amazing, isn't it? Our Sesha is so outspoken. I think she's popular because she takes after you. Ah, is that too far? Even though he was talking about Sesha, Ananta continued to stare blankly out the window. She had cherished Sesha so much, but she couldn't say anything. She was like a doll. Her appearance frustrated Brahm. He could no longer see his daughter, who used to shout at him in a rebellious voice in that weak body of hers. What was making his daughter suffer so much? It would be nice if she could speak her mind. He had once been a god, but there was nothing he could do right now. This was one of the reasons he hated his godly status. Brahm was constantly feeling apologetic because he thought he was a bad father. Then, Brahm thought of the flower cookies Yi and Wu had coincidentally obtained. He had said there was a diluted amount of nectar within it. Brahm remembered enjoying it back in the heavenly world. It was a gift Persephone frequently gave to her acquaintances. I don't know if it'll go well with coffee. He began to think of new food to feed his daughter. That was all he could do. No. Not here. Sesha entered the garden, chasing after her rolling ball. She had accidentally kicked it here. Her pure face turned into one of sadness. This was a flower garden that grandfather especially cherished. Brahm was always kind, but when she took a step inside, Brahm scolded her harshly. She was scared of that side of him. But she had made a mistake while playing nearby. Thinking that she would get in trouble, she quickly looked around for the ball before Brahm saw. However, the ball must have been buried under flowers because she couldn't find it. Sesha ended up walking deep into the garden. She shouldn't have been doing this. She couldn't. Tears brimmed in Sesha's eyes as the flowers were hurt with every step she took. Then, Sesha came across a window. The window that had been too high for her to see when she first came here was at her eye level so that she could look inside. That was where her mom was. The mom who used to visit her first thing in the morning and read her stories at night. However, her mom didn't smile at Sesha anymore. Brahm told her that her mom was still in a deep sleep and couldn't meet Sesha yet. He said when she came back, she would give Sesha as much love as she had given before. He earnestly told Sesha that she shouldn't cry and grow up with maturity so her mom could be happy when she finally woke up. However, Sesha was no longer a young child, and she knew her mom wasn't dreaming but hurt instead. Still, Sesha was actively making friends and working hard with her studies so her mom could smile when she opened her eyes. She dreamt of making the medicine to heal her mom someday. I wonder what mom's doing. She suddenly became curious about what her mom was doing since she was already here. She tiptoed and lifted her face above the window. Her mom was staring blankly ahead, leaning against the wall as usual. She looked feeble but still beautiful. Sesha always thought her mom was quite pretty whenever she looked at her, and she wanted to be that pretty when she grew up. Brahm said Sesha looked exactly like her mom from when she was young. Sesha believed firmly in what he said. Mom, you can do it. Sesha adorably clenched her fists with an encouraging look. Just then, Sesha, I said not to go into the garden. She could hear Brahm shouting. Sesha jumped in surprise and scurried away to avoid Brahm. Thankfully, the ball was nearby. After the brief commotion in the middle of the quiet garden. Flinch. Ananta's right thumb moved. No one saw. This is the 34th floor, the Gate of Mirrors. The trial of the 34th floor is beginning. Trial. Since long ago, many have checked their appearance through mirrors, and mirrors have received the limelight as a holy artifact that could reflect the entire world. It was created as a pathway to another world. Sometimes, it was considered a demon's artifact that swallowed up what was real. Here, tens of thousands of such mirrors have been placed. Each mirror reflects each other, and it becomes harder to tell which is real and which is fake. You are the one being reflected by them right now. From now, look for the real one, and safely clear this trial. After quickly passing through the 31st floor to the 33rd floor, what greeted Yi and Wu was a dizzying amount of mirrors. The entire world was made of mirrors. In the ground, in the air, and in the sky. Every time he turned his head, he saw himself, and his appearances were reflected in another mirror and created more of him. Yi and Wu realized he was trapped between an innumerable amount of doppelgangers. He couldn't even tell the path in front of him and thought it was better to close his eyes and scatter his consciousness. I'm so dizzy. He knew he would be in danger if he began moving without any plan, so he plopped down on the ground. Kreutz should probably be somewhere nearby. He thought of spreading his consciousness to find him, but he decided not to. He was the one following him, not the other way around. He could have gone ahead to the 35th floor. He had already cleared through this place a long time ago, so it was probably better for him to wait ahead than stay here on this dizzy floor. Yi and Wu didn't plan on staying for a long time, either. The clock was ticking even now. Still, he had something to check before he could get on with the stage mission. Atran. The ground shook, and Atran jumped out from a portal frivolously. Have you called for me, customer? The corners of Atran's mouth were raised. He looked gleeful to hit the jackpot after a while. All the items Yi and Wu had requested of him were priceless. They were items you couldn't buy easily in the market, no matter how much money you gave. Materials to make kaini. Yi and Wu opened his mouth. The items you obtained. For now, this is it, sir. Please check. Yi and Wu quickly opened the quest window. Materials to create. Kaini. Apata scales 45/45. Catherine liquid 5/5. Magic sword stone 1/2. Jamshid's liquor 2/5. Adamantine nova 0/1. Open hollow corner bracket Huck. No way. Open hollow corner bracket. He gathered this much in that short amount of time. Brontes, who had appeared beside him, dropped his mouth after seeing the items that Yi and Wu collected. The most logical out of the three, Starapus, also seemed to be taken aback. That was how hard it was to obtain the materials to make kaini. They were materials that Hades didn't have enough of and called commodities. But in a few days, Atran had gathered most of them. Yi and Wu, who knew the abilities of by the table, wasn't all that surprised. Rather, he acted like this was to be expected. The magic sword stone, 3 Jamshid's liquors, and the adamantine nova aren't here. And there are some I still need more of. I can get them if more time is given. However, don't you know how incredible it is just to have attained that much of the last 3, sir? Yi and Wu clicked his tongue. He knew he was being unreasonable. The materials in the list were meant for nothing more than to shape kaini or support its functions. However, the last 3 were on a completely different level. The magic sword stone, Jamshid's liquor, and adamantine nova. They were difficult items to obtain in the lower world, and it was already impressive that he had gathered that much. Especially since Jamshid's liquor and adamantine nova are pretty much considered holy artifacts. Over 7 items that were nearly holy artifacts went into making kaini. That was how priceless kaini was. And just by getting this much, I'm in an incredible amount of debt to buy the table. He had used nearly all of the Summer Queen's wealth while cleaning up the outer space. He was contracted with by the table on the receiving end of a sponsorship, but Yi and Wu still considered it a debt. Yi and Wu looked like a clump of money to Atran. Do I have to get the rest myself? We tried asking owners of the other items and did everything we could to make a deal with them. Fortunately, we're currently negotiating the price for the adamantine nova, so there'll be good news soon. Adamantine nova. Yi and Wu seemed surprised. So did the Cyclops Brontes and Starapus. Open hollow corner bracket. There's someone in the lower world who still has it. Open hollow corner bracket. How surprising. Adamantine nova was a mystical stone created with the legendary material, adamantium. The name was given to it because it looked like a shining star. It was trickier to handle than adamantium, and it was categorized as a rare mineral, so only a few gods used it to make their holy artifacts. But a mortal was in possession of it. The owner's not known to the public, so I apologize for the fact that we cannot share the owner's name. Yi and Wu nodded and clicked his tongue. The tower sure is vast. The tower was where countless players challenged floors. There would definitely be hidden, skilled players. Still, it's a relief that you can obtain the remaining magic sword stone on this floor. Yi and Wu smirked coldly at what Atran said. You didn't leave it out because you wanted to confirm my abilities. Ha, Haha, oh, of course not. Why would I do something like that? Atran took a step back. Seeing that he didn't have anywhere to escape, Yi and Wu snorted. That attitude of by the table was obvious anyway. As sponsors, if the one they sponsored didn't grow, their investment would have been for naught. Also, because Yi and Wu needed karma, he didn't plan on clearing this floor normally. Oh, right, and while you were in Tartarus, a letter arrived for you. Atran clasped his hands together at the good news, having been scared because he didn't know what Yi and Wu was going to do. A letter. Who is it? Through by the table. Yes, sir. We were surprised at first, too, but the sender was the son of someone who works with us. He's the son of the Iron Lion. It's been a while since he went off the grid, but he was once famous as Blood Sword. Khan. Yi and Wu's eyes widened. Khan suddenly sent a letter. He was about to check its contents. However, I think it'll be better for you to open the letter after this trial is finished. There are many watchful eyes. Atran took another step back. He quickly scanned his surroundings. Like Kreutz, he didn't enjoy the 34th floor either. Through the forest of mirrors, different Yi and Wus who had the same appearance as Yi and Wu began to appear. Multiple Yi and Wus. Atran's eyes looked like the sparks of a nuclear bomb fading away. I have to know the real you to give you the letter. Chapter 317 Letter of Friendship 2. Atran disappeared back into the portal. He probably left after assuming what was going to happen next. Yi and Wu looked at his other selves. What is this? I thought this might be the case. There are quite a lot of them. This will be annoying. They were muttering with Yi and Wu's face and voice. And most of them were standing silently, observing the situation. It was the same reaction as Yi and Wu's, who became quieter in dangerous situations because he was thinking. The theme of the 34th floor would probably be self-denial. Finding the real me out of multiple me's. That was the most important. Mirrors were the only tool that could reflect oneself. And beyond that mirror, another, me, might swallow the real one, and people were scared of being swallowed by another version of themselves. In their eyes, they were the real ones, and me was the fake one. The 34th floor had been created with that in mind. Placing an innumerable amount of mirrors on the stage and allowing the reflected appearances to move freely. On the 34th floor, finding your real self was the main objective. Of course, the fakes would all pretend to be real and think and speak like they were real. There weren't many ways to differentiate between the real and fakes in that situation. They would kill each other until one died or speak with each other. Of course, in the former case, it was likely the real one would die. And then, the copies would all disappear as well. So most people tried to speak with the doppelgangers, though they all called themselves the real ones. It wasn't easy, but the moment the fakes discovered the real one, the stage would be finished. His brother had also chosen the latter. He had such a logical mindset that he was able to cause the copies to surrender after speaking with them. His brother had cleared the stage in a very short amount of time. On the other hand, Viera Dune dominated the fakes with her mental magic, and Veilbike and Balak fought to the death until only one was left. Balak fought, thinking that the limits of his poison could be overcome faster if he released all of his poison at once. The other members were at a similar level, so there were only two ways to get through the stage. However, the Yi and Wus didn't attempt to fight to the death or convince each other. Time difference. Each of them tried to understand the real situation in the slowed-down world. They all asked one question. Am I fake? Each Yi and Wu only left a part of his consciousness behind and started to spin in front of the real one. It was an attempt to tell whether they were real or fake. Of course, Yi and Wu had an easy way to tell. Channeling. There might have been multiple Yi and Wus, but each god was unique in the universe. Hermes, Athena, Agaras, Ceto, Hundon, and even Persephone and Hades. The channelings from the heavenly world and Tartarus with Yi and Wu at the center were tied together in such a complex, web-like manner. Of course, the ones with faint connections would appear fake. The Yi and Wus who judged their channelings to be weak instantly broke the philosopher's stones inside of them. Blood poured from their mouths, and they faded away. They had decided to kill themselves. The dead Yi and Wus didn't have any regrets. They didn't even look wronged as they disappeared. Their judgment was cold and quick. It was the same mindset he had since Africa. He considered his life a tool. Finishing the mold of the Black King after making Kaini. Finding his brother's soul. For these two goals, he couldn't slow down or take a break. Open corner bracket he's crazy. Open corner bracket Shannon and Hanryong gulped, watching Yi and Wu. They had cleared through the 34th floor in the past, too, but they had never seen a player decide to kill themselves. Players who climbed to the 34th floor were exceedingly confident in their skills and couldn't make rational decisions about themselves. No, that wasn't just rational, it was inhumane. Who in the world would be able to kill oneself so easily? Even though people made extreme decisions when they didn't have anything to live for, at the end of the day, life usually struggled to stay alive. However, the Yi and Wus didn't even blink. In an instant, half of them disappeared. Then, they asked the next question. Do I really own these blessings? Because the draconic, divine, and demonic blessings were supernatural, each of them was unique. The stage used data, but there would be limits to it. First, those who lacked the draconic blessings fell. Then, the demonic blessings, and next, those with weak divine blessings coughed blood. Once again, half of the remaining fakes fell. Like that, Yi and Wu continued to get rid of those who didn't have everything he should have had. After some time, only those who had the exact physical conditions as Yi and Wu were left. Each of them could pass as the real Yi and Wu no matter where they went. They had the complete hoarder's body. There was no other way to approach it. Then, internal investigation for the next question. Yi and Wu dug deeper into himself. From his body to his mind, into the world of his unconsciousness. Am I real? Yi and Wu's thinking abilities were something normal humans couldn't follow, having already taken on draconic qualities. They asked themselves whether they were thinking properly and if something was wrong with them. Those who were sure about themselves quickly pulled their magic bayonets out and cut their throats. Swoosh! Blood poured out, and their bodies fell over. Open corner bracket. Not suspecting yourself might leave room for arrogance in the future. That kind of mindset wasn't something the real one should have. Endless suspicion and restless effort were what made the Yi and Wu of today. He could never be arrogant about himself. After that, do I suspect the one next to me? The Yi and Wus who were suspicious dug their magic bayonets into their hearts. Once again, half disappeared. Kook, open corner bracket because he couldn't judge properly. Next, those who had only been suspecting themselves. Quack, those who had other thoughts. Puak, those whose time difference had been misaligned because their focus wavered. Yi and Wu suspected himself multiple times and looked for the answer with assurance. The magic circuits were always at their necks to stab in without any hesitation if they were later hesitating in their response. The shining forest of mirrors was stained blood red. Shannon and Hanryong were speechless as they watched the scene. Rebecca looked away, and Nemesis covered Nike's eyes with a complicated face. Open hollow corner bracket. How long does he have to keep this up for? He thought Yi and Wu was becoming more humane, but there were still inhumane sides to Yi and Wu. Someone who was ready to throw his life away for his goal. That was how Nemesis saw Yi and Wu. At the end of multiple questions, there were only two Yi and Wus left. The two Yi and Wus opened their eyes at the same time. There was a strange light in the two sets of eyes under the masks. They had the same appearance as earlier, but they were feeling something different now. If they had felt longing earlier, now. How annoying. They both considered themselves real. Asking any more questions at this point was useless. Both of them would come to the same result anyway. Then, there was only one method left. Pat. The two Yi and Wus dashed at each other. Quang. Quack. The head of the Yi and Wu who died fell to the ground. Neither of them spoke, like the outcome was obvious. The dead Yi and Wu scattered blood and disappeared with a flash of light. A portal opened above him, and Atran appeared again. He had a petrified expression. There was so much blood that he was ankle deep in it. How many Yi and Wus had died here? And because he knew their ends were from killing themselves, he felt strange. Atran always felt there were moments when Yi and Wu seemed inhuman. Isn't he a monster who looks human? Or like a robot who acts human? Regardless of what Atran was thinking, Yi and Wu checked the message that popped up in front of him. All trials have been completed. You have accomplished an achievement that is not easily accomplished. Additional karma is being rewarded. You have left a great record. Would you like to register your name in the Hall of Fame? You have chosen not to register your name. However, even if not made public, your accomplishments will be left in the history of the tower, and you can change the status of your registration anytime. Like always, he ranked first. Except for the 10th stage, he was first place on every floor. Also, in the place where the last Yi and Wu previously stood, a strange black glass-like object was left. It wasn't that large, so if you didn't look closely, it was easy to overlook it. Even if you did check it. Piece of reflection. Category: Miscellaneous. Rank: D. Summary: a trace left behind after the reflections of the 34th floor broke. They look like pieces of glass or mirrors. They have some magic power, but there doesn't seem to be anything special about them. It was easy to think of it as a useless item. However, rise. The other pieces of the reflections floated lightly into his hand. Thankfully, all of the pieces had the same magic power that Yian-Wu had, so it was easy to find them. Swish. The pieces of the reflections spun around and combined into one. Clack, clack, a black bead formed in his palm. Magic sword stone. Category: Miscellaneous. Material: Rank: S. Summary: the thousands of pieces of reflections combined into one. If it is made into an artifact and the user of the artifact matches the data inside the stone, it will become an outstandingly sensitive artifact. On the other hand, if the owner and the data don't match, through reading and hacking, a skill inside of the data can be randomly assigned to the owner of the stone. The magic sword stone was relatively well known, so it could no longer be called a hidden piece. But still, only players who passed the trial on their first try could gain it, and it was tricky in that all those pieces had to be gathered. Also, because it had the data of its owner, if you put it out in the market, it was the same thing as revealing your weakness, so it was usually used as a material to make new artifacts. A divine artifact made with your data. Anyone would want it. His brother had created Dragon Slayer with the magic sword stone, and he had succeeded in strengthening it from S rank to EX rank. Dragon Slayer was an outstanding weapon that's still rumored among players. Yian-Wu wanted to use the magic sword stone to strengthen his magic bayonet, but Vigrid was nearly as powerful as Dragon Slayer, and he needed to use it for Kaini. You have succeeded in gathering the magic sword stone's 2 halves. So only 3 Jamshid liquors and the adamantine nova are left now. Since by the table could get the adamantine nova, he didn't have to worry about that, and all that was left was 3 Jamshid liquors. However, the problem was this. Jamshid is a being on the 70th floor. To be exact, Jamshid was the lord who ruled the 70th floor for a long time and passed away. His nickname was King of Thousands. His greedy and violent personality had been so impactful that it was still well known in the tower 8,000 years later. He liked to make alcohol out of boredom, and a small amount of wine that occasionally entered the market was sold at an expensive price. Yian-Wu had never drunk it before, but among people who enjoyed alcohol, it was treated as an elixir. I don't know how it'll be used to make Kaini though. The most important thing was that he needed to get it somehow. Of course, he might have been able to get it on the 70th floor. However, no matter how fast Yian-Wu ran, it was impossible for him to get to the 70th floor in the amount of time that was given. Even if it did, he would have had to get there without finding any of the hidden pieces or karma, so it was better not to. And the wariness of the 8 large clans would have increased. In the end, he had to find a way. No, it's not like there isn't any way at all. Yian-Wu knew someone who enjoyed taking care of precious items. There was someone who was as greedy and extravagant as Jamshid from a long time ago. And fortunately, he liked Yian-Wu. The Gluttony Emperor. It seemed like it was time to visit the Bloodland, the visit that he had been pushing back since the 23rd floor in the Demon's Forest and during the fight with Walpurgisnacht. I'm not even surprised anymore. High in the sky, Kreutz looked at the fight Yian-Wu had with his copies. His eyes under his helm were dark. Contrary to Yian-Wu's assumption that Kreutz had gone on ahead, Kreutz had summoned his flying dragon high up in the sky. It was to observe Yian-Wu without any copies of him being made. He wasn't surprised when he saw what he did. The mirror that exploded and the blood that stained the ground. The image of them killing themselves stayed in his head. And on one hand, he understood. He wondered if the Yian-Wu he met was the same Yian-Wu as before. I can never confront him as an enemy. However, with the business of Tartarus at hand, he didn't know how he was going to lead Yian-Wu to the regiment leader. The letter he received through Atran began like this. Are you doing well, friend?